Hello everyone, I'm audible. Okay, so fine guys, I believe I'm audible to all of you, right? Okay, so let me talk about an agenda for today's class. So agenda is very simple. Last week was a deadline for your DVC task, right? And I believe those who have submitted their DVC task, so you all are able to get an access of AI Ops batch. If I can get a confirmation. And from our side, so I believe you all have received even a mail, right, that you have now an access of AI Ops batches, so as promised. So yes, you all are able to get it. Vipin is saying not yet. So Vipin, you can drop us a mail because from ours, or maybe you can check your dashboard. So if we have missed your mail ID, maybe in that case, you can get an access. We don't have any kind of a issue because we have already given this access to like almost everyone. So whoever was there in my mail list, right? So I was like, I have created a mailing list for all of you, and my team has given an access. So this is how things have happened. Okay, now, so today is basically a demo day for all of us, right? I have circulated one form, and I asked all of you to like fill that form, that when you would like to go for a demo for all the tasks which I have given to all of you. And I have received a response saying that we all will be available in a weekend, not in a weekdays. So restrictions with us is we were not able to conduct this demo session, right, in a weekdays, Monday to Friday, because most of you will be engaged and occupied with different things, with your office work, with your colleges, and many more things. So what I have planned today is that from 3 p.m. IST to 8 p.m. IST, right, for 5 hours, we will go for a demo. So demo wise, so many of you have already submitted your task. So whatever task I have given to you, let's suppose a task related to a logistic relation, a multi-class classification task I have given to you with a deployment, a DVC task, ML flow task. Some of you have even done this ML flow task, right? So those who have completed this task, those who are ready, right? So one by one, you can present yourself from my side, Vikas and Avnish. So I hope all of you are aware about these two guys, Vikas and Avnish. So Vikas and Avnish is going to take your demo, and it should be a kind of an open discussion. So if someone is presenting, so anyone can ask any kind of a question if they are not able to understand. So, and from our side, so we are just going to host this demo, right? So as a very good host, so maybe we can try to like see this demo. We can try to interact. We can allow you to interact between each other. You can go for a question answering as much as possible. Again, we don't have any kind of issue. So this is something that I have planned in today's session for 5 hours. So I think 5 hours is a sufficient amount of time to see a demo of each and everything. So today, no new learning for ML. No, today will be a learning from a demo. Plus, a person who is going to give a demo, so their code, their project, data, each and everything will be available inside your dashboard for all of you for a future references. Because many of you have even sent me a mail saying that maybe I'm not able to complete a task, or maybe I'm able to complete a task, but partially I'm able to complete a task, right? So I completely understand, it's completely fine, and my expectation was very simple. I just wanted you to like try out this particular task, and many of you have successfully completed it, many of you have completed it, but maybe if you will see other approaches, so you will get to know about it in a better way, right? So all this code, all this demo, whatever they have created, so it will be a public after this demo session, right? You all will be able to access. So I have one simple request to all of you who is going to present or who is going to give a demo in today's class, that right after your demo, so please try to bundle up all of your code in a single drive, or maybe in a single GitHub link, right? And then send us a mail that, okay, fine, so I have given a demo and this is my like entire code, so that we can make these things available with your name, right? So with your name inside a dashboard. Even in past, I believe one time I have done that, right? So where multiple demos was available to all of you. In this way, those who are not able to complete, so they can at least see all of these things. They can see your approach, they can see your task, they can try to replicate, they can try to make some sort of an enhancement on top of that. So this is a procedure that we are going to follow for a demo day. Yes. And if you can ask a person to describe the task, so see, Sandeepa, so the thing is, you can ask a number of questions, and my request to all of you is try to explain each and everything, right, as much as possible. There is no time limitation, right? Take your time, explain, and think like that you are explaining in front of an interview panel, and whole class is taking your interview. So think in that way, right? So feel confident, try to explain each and everything, even minor things. And let's suppose if someone is not able to understand and they are asking a question, try to clarify each and everything. Yes. So hope this is good, right? Who will give a demo? So from your side, like people are going to raise their hand that, okay, fine. So I would like to give a demo, and they can start giving a demo. Simple. Kindly answer my question. I am working on data set. Having a linear regression model, I was not having any good correlation between the feature response variable, but I was able to get a score. Moreover, the mean value was MSC is this one. Should I conclude that my model is overfitting? Kind of, you can try to Dipanjan, so you can try to test these things with the unknown data set, and then you can try to check what is the final accuracy that you are getting. In this way, you will be able to identify that whether it is able to adopt a relation or not. So that will be like this should be the approach. Okay. Krishna, I'm final student. Last week I joined was inside Bangalore for 1 year full time. Okay, that's great. Is the case. That's amazing. You can ping me directly if you have to like discuss anything with me. Community session at this moment, sir. Can I attend community session at this moment? I will be able to understand. Yeah, for sure. See, community session. Yeah. One more thing. Yesterday, I have made one announcement. So from today, so we are starting one community session. So iNode is known for a community event as well. All right. So we are starting one community session, and that is basically a ops related community session. So where we are going to talk about like a basic of each and everything: GitHub, Docker, Kubernetes, plus advanced version of each and everything. So not just a basic one. And we have scheduled that one, which is going to start from today. 7 p.m. IST to 8 p.m. IST, right? So you can try to join that as well as a community session. That's completely fine, because ops is a kind of a part of each and every development that we do. Okay, so fine. Who would like to go for a demo first? It will be your choice. See, we are not going to push you that, okay, fine, so you go for demo, or like you should not go for a demo. Okay, Rajesh is saying that Rajesh will go for a demo. Fine, Rajesh. So Rajesh, what kind of a demo you are going to give, on what topic?
Hi Sudhanshu sir, good afternoon. So I can give the demo on DVC part.
Okay, DVC part. Okay, we have Bijoy as well. So Bijoy has completed ML flow, right? Bijoy, would you like to go for a demo? Maybe you can raise your hand, Bijoy, so that I can unmute you. Yeah. Yeah. So Bijoy, he's again an amazing person, and who has done all the tasks. So I have checked. I used to reply to all of his mail, and yeah. So this is a person who used to complete each and every task. So fine. So first Rakesh, and then I think Bijoy. So Bijoy, you can go after go for your demo, a complete demo. Yeah. Bijoy.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So fine, Rajesh. So now like promoting you to panelist, and guys, ask question as much as possible, right? It's a session for you by you. We are not conducting any kind of classes, so it's just a session for you by you. So ask as many questions as possible. Even if you're not able to understand, it's completely fine. Ask them a question. That is your like a basic right. Yes. Okay. How to get a community session detail? See, in our Einron.ai portal, in a bottom, you will be able to see a community tab, right? You can just click over there and you can enroll for it. It's freely available to all of us, a community session. So whatever community session that we have done this year, so I believe all of those things are available. And let's suppose today, again, we are going to start a community session. So after a session, again, materials and recordings, everything will be attached there itself. So this is how community session happens with Aniron. Okay, fine. Rajesh, so I think you can start presenting yourself, and Vikas and Avnish, am I audible to you? So
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
show us your face, so I think that will be better.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Avneesh and we have Vikas with us, and they are going to take your demo. And yes, they are going to control this entire discussion, right? So I'm assuming that we are going to have a very, very healthy discussions, very, very healthy like a demo from all of you, right? And tomorrow I'll give my lecture. Yes. So let's try to finish this demo in 5 hours. Okay. Yeah. Fine, Vikas and Avnish, over to you. So you have a control and you can try to do the way you would like to drive this entire session. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So fine. Thanks everyone. So yeah, I will be I will be here. I will be watching your demos, but I will not interrupt because Vikas and Avnish is going to host this demo for today. Yeah. Go ahead, Rajesh. I think you can share your screen after Rajesh. So I think Bijoy can present.
I think Rajesh, your voice is not coming properly. Yeah, your screen is visible, but your voice isn't coming properly. A very low voice is coming for you.
There is an issue with the input voice, Rajesh, I believe.
Mm, no. Your I think some issue with your voice.
Is it okay now? I think it should be fine now. Actually, it's too loud. Is it okay now?
No.
I think it's it sound right.
No. Make it in the middle. It's like I can see your. Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for confirming and thank you for giving this opportunity. So first I will go through the things why we need a DVC and what is the importance of that and how the problem is, what are the problem we are going to solve with the help of the DVC. We all using on a daily basis, 1 minute, let me open my Sublime. Okay. So we all are using on a daily basis to code maintenance and the tracking of the code, how much things we had done, what are the issues we had fixed. We have a GitHub and Bitbucket. These are the known as the shared repository, we can say. So these are the very limited features we have, like what are the code we are changing, that only we can track it out, and the space whatever the free source is going to give us, that's around 20 MB. We cannot store the data and the model part there, because this model, if you are going to see the deep learning model or any kind of machine learning model, it is minimum around 10 MB or 15 MB models are there itself is there. And if you are talking about the data, so sometimes data will take around the 5 to 10 MB or 20 MB more than this.
I think sorry to interrupt, Rajesh. So there is some noise, like additional noise we are receiving from your side. So if you can check, or maybe if you can use a default speaker itself from your laptop, I think that will work.
Okay. Is it okay, sir, now?
Yeah,
Okay. So fine. So these was the problem, like we cannot able to track whether the data has been changed, what are the data we are going to use for the training our model and for the making the product. So the thing is that, let's suppose your data science team created a model and you are trying to the
Rajesh, your voices means background noise is also there, and too much noise is there.
Okay, let me turn off my fan from practice. Is it fine now?
No.
Still it's getting noises. Hello?
Make it low. It's like, yeah. Now speak.
Hello? Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. So fine. So what was the problem we were facing? Like our data scientist team used to develop a model, and they used to give us for the developing the product to end-to-end product and integration with the real-time applications. So what the things was getting happen? Let's suppose they build a model and their model was not good. As a development team, we are not able to track what are the model they have been done. They had said that 90% accuracy is there. We tested our model with these kind of parameters and it's working fine. Once we integrate this model with our actual application, that time we found like it's not performing the well result. So at the same moment they were changing their model and we were getting, again we are getting the result. We are not able to track their model, what are the model they had passed and how, what are the tuning they have been done on the going forward. So in order to overcome this kind of problem, what the things came into the picture, this is coming like a DVC. So there is a GitHub. First is GitHub. All the things we are going to track with the GitHub ultimately. But in the GitHub, in between of GitHub and your code, there is one thing is coming which is known as the DVC. This stands for Data Version Controlling System. So how the things is getting work. So here inside of DVC, we are going to map a hash code. Hash code is what? Just hash code is like that for every data and for every model we are creating one hash code, and this hash code will go to the GitHub, and now GitHub will track this hash code only rather to track the complete data set. So whenever the data set or whenever model is getting changed by anything, a small thing is also getting changed, any full stop is also getting changed, there in that moment this hash code will also get changed. And once this hash code will get changed, then git will observe that there is some change and it will create a new commit ID there. So with that we can track what are the data has been changed, what are the model has been changed. So this is all about the DVC. So that's what DVC came into the picture. Just in a layman term we can say we can track a huge number of models, long model which having the more size, which we cannot push in directly to the server or GitHub. So in that moment we can use the DVC. So this is all about that DVC. Now many more thing is there in DVC. We will show you all those things. So here which project I had been completed, this is the EHR, electronic health repositories, electronic health recognition one system I had built with the help of the DVC. And what is there is the, if you guys can see, I had created one readme.md file, and in that readme.md file, from where what to do, what is the step by steps, I had kept all those things here. So first we have to create a environment, all those things, and then we have to activate environment. Then I had kept all the requirements inside of requirement.txt, and then afterwards what is there, we have to get a data set. So here we are using 5 data set. So 5 kind of data set is there. One is a patient data set. I will show you this data set, 1 minute. So this is the patient related information is there. So what is the patient name, what is the patient age, all those things we are storing. And there is another data set is there inside of this. These patients, with the help of the patient ID, we can see what this patient having the what kind of health issues are there, whether they are well or not well. All those things we are keeping in this data set. This is the open source data set. This 5 data set I got from the Kaggle itself. So all the information for each data set, for each patient, I am going to find it out from here. So I'll come on this point about the data set, but as is the area of interest is only to know about the DVC. So I would like to talk more about the DVC part only. So these are the all data set. In this data set, just nothing we are going to do. There is a one patient data set, and inside of patient data set, all the patient normal information will be there, like patient name, age, sex, everything. And what are the patients he's facing, what kind of issues and suffering, what kind of issues, what is the health issues are there. You can say apart from the health issues, we are tracking a lot of things like these are the medical terms is there. These are the medical terms is there. Even I was not aware about that, but just I observed that if this value is 0 means the patient is not suffering with these issues. If it is 1, then patient is suffering with this kind of issues. So this is the medical term. If you can go to the Google and search with this ID, you will get a lot of things. When I also check these things like this only. So this is all about that data set, and there is a patient ID. Patient ID is again is there. So each patient ID I mapped with this data set, and then I found, okay, this patient having these diseases. Okay, so then this is our target column here, DM indicator, like whether this patient is having the means having any kind of issues or not. So 0 means not and 1 means yes. So these are the all about the data set like this. So now the thing is that now how to start go to the deep dig into this. So if you guys can see in my left side, there is a multiple folders are there, right? So multiple folders are like this, is performing multiple tasks. For each and everything we are going to segregate so that the code will be modular in the modular basis, and whenever needed the things to be changed, it is easy to change there, and maintenance of the code will be easy. And again, these folders no need to create manually. I had written one Python file. So this Python file will create all the model directory, all the YAML file, all those things. Now will come all those things, like you can see here. First thing is that we are creating one directory with the raw data set, means how the data I am going to capture from the Google, from the Kaggle, wherever you are going to capture. So sometime in the real time, I used to get a data from the DB. So you can store that information, DB information as well. So that I will show you. I have done that as part as well. So how to take a data from the DB. So here we just created one directory, which is known as the raw directory. And in that raw directory, the raw data I'm going to store in this directory. And then next directory inside of data folder only I'm going to create, that is known as the process directory. Like once the data came and we are doing the pre-processing task and all the sort of things like standardization, means missing value imputations, all those things, that part we are going to keep inside the process directory. And there is a save model directory I had created. So every day we are tuning our model, and we are changing some parameters, we are checking our accuracy, all those things we are checking. And afterwards, if the things is getting improved by updating the things, then we are going to save the model in the inside of saved model directory. There is one more thing, is there SRC directory. And this all directory will get created automatically once you will run this template.py. Automatically this directory will get created. And next, here we are going to create a directory. Next, these are all about a directory we are getting to create. There are some files also we have to create. One is dbc.yaml, another is params.yaml. I will show you what is the user dbc.yaml, and I'll show you the params.yaml. These two files is very, very important inside of dbc.yaml. And there is one more file I'm going to create in the root directory itself, which is known as the git ignore file. So what it does, git ignore file, actually there are lot of things we are going to do while developing the product. So all the file is not necessary to push inside of server, because server having the very less bandwidth. So what we can do, what are the things we no need to push, we can keep inside of git ignore directory, and that file will not push there. So this is all about that. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to initialize the SRC folder, and that's all, and this file will get created automatically. So once you are executing this all the structure of the project will get created here. This is no need to take care of, means manually we are not going to create anything. Only you have to execute this template.py. And again, this is the beauty of this code. This code, I had faced this issue, like once I was doing these things, my code was working in Linux environment, but it was not working in Windows. But this code is that much of capability, it can be cross environment work can be done, means this code will work in Windows environment as well. So in this way also we had tested all those parameters. So this is all about the template.py. Now we are coming to the very important part, which is the dbc.yaml, and another is params.yaml. So here I am taking the data from my S3 bucket. Okay, so in my S3 is basically, again I'm saying S3 is nothing but it's a kind of a storage system which is going to provide by the AWS. So I just was trying to test this feature. Actually, you can take a data directly from the Kaggle with the link, but just sake of my curiosity, I did these things. I took a data and stored inside my S3 bucket, and from there I want to take the data in my model. So that actually in real time it's getting happen in this way only. All the models, all the huge file we used to keep inside of S3 itself. So here the data source I had given here, like data given and patient.csv, and again diagnosis means diagnosis. Each patient is doing kind of diagnosis, means whenever they are going for doctor, they used to do some kind of initial diagnosis. Then once after the diagnosis, doctor used to provide some medication. So those information is going to keep inside of medication.csv file, because and again each data set having one foreign key, which is patient ID. So you guys can understand and correlate what is the foreign key. So each data set having one foreign key, which is the patient ID, and that patient ID column is the main column inside of patient data set. So with that we can map it up, and then means what after medication, what are the physical exercise. This doctor used to provide some kind of physical exercise, what kind of things you can do. So those information is here. And then transcript in the sense of nothing but here is that means in this file, what is there, like what are the medicines doctor has been provided for this kind of disease. So all the information is here. And if you can open this all the file, there is a one column is important, common, which is the patient ID. With that I mapped here. So let's come all first part with the params.yaml, what the params.yaml is doing here. So here all the information from where you are taking the data, after taking the data, what are the things you are doing. So after doing all the sort of things, where the data has to be stored, where the model has to be stored, all the information we are storing in the params.yaml file. We are not doing any kind of hard coding in the code itself, because code, if you are changing something, because this project can be taken care by the multiple people. So all the config related information we are going to keep inside of params.yaml. So you can see my project name is this one, and whatever things training test split we are doing. So random state is also setting here, and then target column, what are the target column is there, that also I kept it here. And from where I am taking the data source I kept here. So data given. So here you can see here you can see there is a one folder will be there, data given, and inside of data given you can see all the files will be there. Data given patient.csv, data given diagnosis.csv, what are the names is given here. So all those files is here, all the files is there, and this is the input. You can say at a very initial stage you have to keep all those things, but if you are not keeping as well, also my code is like that, it will take a data from the S3 and it will store inside of directory. So these things is also has been automated. Now once the data has been captured, so from where we are loading the data. So for the loading the data, again we have one more directory which is data, and inside of data we have one directory which is known as the raw data, and inside of raw data, and you can see for each directory we have one git ignore file. Why? Because this file I don't want to push, inside of my GitHub. So that's what I kept here, git ignore, and inside of git ignore I kept all those things, because this thing has no need to push here. So here also you can see git ignore file is there. So inside of raw data we are going to store patient data, diagnosis data, raw data, it's in raw format. I download this directly from the Kaggle. So that data I kept here. As of now it is nothing is there, because my laptop got crashed and I just made a setup for giving the demo these things. So here you can keep all the data, like whatever is written here. So all the data I used to keep here. Then after the raw data, once the loading the data from the raw data, we are splitting the data, and after splitting the data, the train data and test data we are keeping inside a processed folder. And inside a process folder we will get train data.csv, test data.csv, and this is the concatenated data. I will show you what it does. Basically is the requirement for this particular project. This is not all about that. All the format we are not going to follow the same logic. For this particular problem I found these issues, so I made this one separate data frame which is known as the concatenated data frame. So this is the process data, like after splitting, and what the split size you are keeping, or that also I made it as a parameterized, so that whenever tomorrow I want to change while training with some other test size, so I can change directly here and it will keep it there directly. And then here another key is there. Actually, this params.yaml, if you can see, their data, there all the things are stored in the form of the key value pair. So you can see there is a one in this is the base key, and inside of base key again this is the another child key, and this is the value, key value, key value. If you want to access these data, then this is the parent key, data source, and this is the child key. Child key, child value, all those things are keeping here. Similarly, load data like this is the main key, and main key, then this is the child key, and inside of child key this is the value, key value, all those things I split here. Then split data, inside of split data, the what are the means after splitting where the data you want to keep, that information is here, and what will be the split size. And now coming to the model part. Once your pre-processing everything has been done, then what is the next? So next part is there, like you are going to use some kind of machine learning model. So here I use decision tree. And also you can use any other algorithm as well. I had done some kind of research on the notebook as well. So I found decision tree is going to provide a very good accuracy, but yes, this thing also can be automated. I am working on this platform right in this project right now, so it's not yet completed. So as of now, I feel like decision tree is going to provide a very good result. So I kept all those things, how much maximum depth has to be go, which criteria you are going to consider. So all the hyperparameter also I'm going to keep inside of estimator. Inside of estimator there is the decision tree, and inside of decision tree there is a parameter I keep there. Let's suppose tomorrow we are going to do the same experiment with the logistic regression. If you want to do these things again with the logistic regression, nothing need to be due. All those things you can copy paste here, and what are the parameters needed for the training the data model with the logistic regression, we can keep it here and we can use directly from here. So that is the maintenance part, you can say. So this is all about the params.yaml, and there is a, once the model has been trained, then we have a directory which is known as the model directory, and inside a model directory I am going to save our saved model, means whatever model will get trained, that time it will save here. And if you can see inside of saved model, there is a one folder will be there, one saved model. Yes, so here again I am keeping one git ignore file. So why? Because this model also I don't need to push in my GitHub. I have so only again I have to keep inside of this. That's what this model will not push there. Okay, so this is all about the params.yaml file. Now I had discussed about the template, I had discussed about the params.yaml file. Now now the part will come once again, the readme.md file. So what are the things we had done? You can push all those things anyways if you have a Git account and basic information of the Git. Like what are the command we are using, same command we can use inside of DBC as well. So if you want to initialize your DBC, simple, how you are initializing the Git object, Git init, similarly DBC if you want to initialize, DBC init. Now next part is that what are the files you want to track with the DBC. So for that we can like how we are going to use the Git command, git add dot, or add dot if you are doing, then all the files will get tracked with the Git. Similarly here, so git dbc add, and I want to track all my data file, CSV file. So git dbc add and data given, whatever the data given, and that file inside of there, whatever dot CSV, whatever file is completed, means extension is CSV, that file I'm going to track with the help of the DBC. So it will get tracked there. Okay, so now DBC add, once you are doing these things, and then I'm going to commit these are the just the Git commits are there, and this code is available in my GitHub repository. So so now the thing is that this is the add just for purpose of this to pushing my code in my Git repository. So once up to this we have done, then next part is that next part is that what are the things we had done, that part we have to reproduce with the help of the DBC. So there is a one more file is there, one is the dbc.yaml file you will get. So this is again very important file. what are the things we are doing? All the steps we have to create in the form of the pipeline. So whenever it will go inside of server, so all the strategy will follow likewise how you did in your local system, right? So this is known as the pipeline. And here you can see in the dbc.yaml file, we have a stage, we have a load data, and for loading the data, I have to execute on the server this command, python src load data.py -- config equal to params.yaml file. So if you can go to the my load data folder, sorry, Python file, inside of my src load data, yes. So if you can go to the my this file, so here this is the code has been written by me only. So read config file. So what the read config will does, read config will just read your params.yaml, because all the configuration we have kept inside of params.yaml file. So I need some kind of person who can read my params.yaml file. So if you can see, 1 minute, load data. So if you can see, here I'm reading the params.yaml with this Python function, which I had written get data Python file, and there I have written read params method. So I'm calling this read params file, and I'm taking the config location, passing the config location, and I'm trying to read my all the data set. So here is the get data function is there, and I'm passing config config path. So if you can go to the read get data, and just we are not doing, just a simple thing is there, like how we are reading the data from the PD pandas. So pd.read csv, and it is returning in the form of the data frame. So simple. Where is my data source? This is my data source path. If you can go to the params.yaml, there is a data source, and inside of data source, this is a parent directory, and this is the child directory. So if you can go to the params.yaml file, there is a data source. This is my parent directory, and this is the patient data. So parent directory and then patient data. And here also I'm passing the same thing, config, and config में हम this is the parent key and this is the child key I'm passing. So it will give me raw data for the patient data set. And now this, from this location only, I have to read the data with the help of the pandas. So here nothing we are going to do the new thing here. It's a simple thing. We are reading the data with the help of the pandas, and this is the patient data frame. Similarly, diagnosis data frame I'm going to capture here. Medication data frame I'm capturing here. All the things is nothing hard coded. All the things has been defined inside of params.yaml file. All the things is there. And then read CSV, and here we are passing the medication data frame, and all the thing. And this function is returning these data frames: patient data frame, diagnosis data frame, medication data frame, physical data frame, and transcript data frame. So whenever I am calling this function here, load data, so get data, so here I'm passing the config path, and I am getting all the data frame here. So 4 kind of data frame, 4 or 5 data frame is there. So all those things I'm keeping with the help of the get data function. So it is giving me all those things. So now now what are the things we are going to do here? So here, so if you can see here, so so now what we have to do. So next part is that, so next part is that what I'm doing here. So once we got the data, and then raw data I have to keep inside of my process data, like you can say here here what we are trying to do, once we got the data. So once we got the data, so after that what I am trying to do, I'm trying to convert the data frame in the form of the CSV, and I can keep these things in somewhere, so that I can use directly these data for my further process, like pre-processing process, all the things we can do it up with the help of this code. So nothing we are going to do. So for column in patient data frame dot column, and again here what we are trying to do, so patient data frame ko we are going to store in patient raw data path. Similarly, diagnosis data frame I want to store in diagnosis data frame path. So all those data I'm going to store in their particular places, and these places also has been defined in this place, load data, and these are the things. That's all. And now we are going to keep these things in the form of the CSV and storing all those things. And just here is that, so this is the you can say arg parser I used whenever I call this function like load data.py. So I can pass the configuration, custom configuration, or if you're not passing the custom configuration, it will take a default configuration which is has defined inside of params.yaml. So in future, if you want to define your own params.yaml, then you can define your own params, because what is getting happen, this params file sometimes is storing inside of S3 bucket. So might be we can pass customized params.yaml file as well. So whenever we'll call this function, we can pass this params.yaml, and if you are not passing as well, so it will take a default params.yaml file. And these steps is just to execute this file. No need to do anything, just Python, this file will pass here, and here --config params.yaml, it will take that params.yaml, and if you have a custom params.yaml, you can pass here. And this command, once this command will get execute, the dependency of this command, what is that? We need get data.py, we need load data.py, we need patient CSV, we need diagnosis CSV inside of this. So it will check first whether these files is available inside of your data given folder or not. So if it is not available, it will not execute unnecessary, it will not execute this command, because this command needed these files. If this file itself is not available, then no use to execute this command at all. So it will check first these files is available or not, then it, once this execution has been done, then expected behavior, it's a kind of unit testing we are doing here. So expected is that once this execution has been done, then output should be inside of raw directory, this file should get created, so if it is getting created, then this will mark it as successfully done, otherwise it will mark it as a false fail. So this is all about this first stage. First stage was load data. So loading data has been done. So how we can repro these things means, let's suppose on the server, if you want to execute nothing, dbc repro. So here inside of you can see readme.md, so md file. So there is, in order to reproduce all the stages, dbc.repro. One command is there, it will go inside of your dbc.yaml file, and in that YAML file, what are the stages you had written, all these things it will execute one by one, and it will get your task done. So this is all about the dbc.repro. And next stage is what? So once this thing has been done, and this was my output, then data getter. Then again, there is in src folder, there is one data getter file is there. So here what we are doing here, nothing here, simple. Here is that just I'm going to remove the, what are the things we are doing for the pre-processing things, all those things we kept in the form of the function basis, like get highly correlated columns, and then we are going to remove all those columns. So I used here variance influence factor VIF technique to remove the highly correlated column, and that's all. And it's returning that you can see this is the function, and internally this function is calling nothing but this whatever data we are getting from this function, highly correlated column, that column we are trying to remove from here, and that's all. And now data load, here we are just loading the data. And here again that transcript ke liye whatever data location is there, so that location I'm getting from the config path. So config path we are getting from the read params function. This function is very common, and this function I'm using almost all Python file. So you can see, because this is the important file, and from there only we are able to get the data at all. So we are taking the data and then just removing the highly correlated column, and you can say target column. Once the target column and also all those things we are segregating, then you can see here we are just checking the shape. Assertion also we had applied. Assertion is nothing but like highly correlated column ka shape ka first value should be target column ka first value. Like let's suppose your data shape is shape of the x cross y, then target column also should be x cross 1. So pehla x should be match, otherwise there is some problem. So that's what I applied here, assertion. Okay, so again, assertion is two kind of assertion is there. One is soft assertion, other is hard assertion. So this is known as the hard assertion. Why? Because soft assertion means if this will get fail, then remaining code will get executed. But in case of hard assertion, if the code will get, if the assertion is getting fail here, the remaining code will not get executed at all. So this is all about that. Now here is the non-correlated column, and then just removing this patient guy ID. Actually, this is the patient ID is that, because it is not necessary at all. So I remove these things. And then once the, because here we are taking data from the multiple files, CSV file, and we are going to concatenate many data frame into single data frame. So at the end we'll get a single data frame, which is known as the concatenated data frame, and that data frame I'm going to store inside of this directory, split data and concatenated data frame. If you can go to the params.yaml file, there is one directory I had kept here, data, and inside of that concatenated data, concatenated.csv file I had created, and in this location I'm going to store. So split data, and this is the child node. So here we are going to store all those things. So this is all about this. And then once this concatenation has been done, so inside of this directory, this file should get created. So this is all. Now again, I'm going to execute this command. So that also we had kept inside of dvc.yaml. So here again, second stage, this is known as the second stage. For second stage, this command has to be executed. And again, for if let's suppose you want to execute the second stage with the another params.yaml, so you can pass that file. Otherwise, by default, it will take the params.yaml file, and dependency of this execution of this command will be this three file: data getter, patient data, and transcript data. These two CSV files needed inside of our directory. It will check first. If it is not there, it will throw error there itself. And output is that again, here is the unit test is there. So here we are checking, like once the execution has been done, then concatenated data frame should get created in this directory. If it is created, then it will mark this stage as a successfully execution, successfully done. Then splitting, we all know, like once the data we got, once the pre-processing has been done, we need to split our data in the train and test data set. So here is the function we had written, a split data.py. This is the split data.py. And here what we are trying to do, we are trying to split the data in the two part, like a training path and train and test, and all the logic has been written here. So in which ratio has to be okay. So here you can see I have done hard coded. Here I am facing one issue. Actually, I should take this test size from the params.yaml. I kept this, but I don't know why it is not taking. I'm facing some issue, but I'll fix this issue. So it is not taking value from here. So right now I did this split data.py as a hard coded, but in general we should take this thing from the config only. And random state, like what should be the random state will be there. So that thing also we are taking from the config params.yaml file. So all those things we are keeping, and then we are splitting the data in the train test part. And then once the splitting has been done, then I'm storing this data to the CSV, and that file I'm going to store inside of train path and test path. And this part is also defined here. You can see train path ka location will be this, test path ka location is this. So here I'm storing all those things. So again, so this part has been done. So now again in dvc.yaml file, I kept all those things, and these are the dependencies was there to execute this file, Python file, and this, and the at the end output should be this one. That's all. So all the steps is very simple. Like we are doing one sort of thing, and what should be the output. All those things we are keeping inside of outstack. So it will match whether this has been done or not. If it is done, then only it will mark this stage as a successfully got executed. Then train and evaluation. Then it's a final stage is that training purpose. So here what we are taking, there is more Python file I had created, which is known as the train and evaluation purpose. So this is the train and evaluation purpose. So what we are trying to do here, we are just doing the training and training of the model we are doing. And I think everyone knows that how the training has been done. So test and train we are doing, and then here we are using the decision tree and what are the hyperparameters needed, which gave me the good result around 97% accuracy I got. So all those things I am storing here, and also I'm storing the report as well, because because today I trained the model, and after training I got the accuracy of 90%. Tomorrow I'm training with some other hyperparameter. I want to track all the accuracy result, so I'm storing all those things inside of report folder. So that is also defined inside of params.yaml file. Here will be, yeah, report. Here what kind of parameter you have been used, that part I'm storing inside of params.json, and what is the accuracy, all those things I'm storing inside of scores.json file. So here is the one folder will be there. So here params.json, so you can see. So these are the, right now I use this parameter only. In future, if you want to use another parameter, hyperparameter, we can use it up. And scores also I'm going to store. So ROC score and accuracy, we are going to keep it here. I know this accuracy is not much good, but I just try to build kind of infra system. So I tried this one. So we can do one more effort on this, and we'll get obviously good result. So this is the train and evaluation. Once the training has been done, so matrices we are going to keep inside of here, and we are going to store all those things, and then output should be inside of this directory. One model file will get created. So this is the same model. And how to reproduce? See, we had written all the code. Now, do we need to execute all those code one by one? No, we no need to do all those things one by one. Automatically go to the means in your root directory, just type dbc-repro. If you can go to the readme.md file, there is a one command dbc.repro, and this command will do all those things, like all the stages, whatever we have written inside of dbc.yaml file, it will do all those things. And this is all about that dbc part I have done. If any question is there, and I had converted this complete part in the form of Django application and in the form of SaaS based application. You cannot access this code if you will take this code directly. We had applied the authentication as well, so you need an authentication token, so then only you can execute this part. So still that authentication part is not working. I can show you one demo. So I kept here, it's not working at all. Just integrate this authentication part here as well. So it is not working. Just I integrate this complete function in the Swagger. Swagger is kind of UI Postman kind of tool. So all the API can be tested from the Swagger itself. So that part I am doing. It's almost done. So another one or two to integrate with the Swagger, so that it can be used this application as a service by anyone. So that's all. If you have any question, then.
Yeah, very good explanation by Rajesh. So guys, you have any questions regarding this project? So you can raise your hand.
And if anyone has any doubt, they can directly ask to Rajesh. Raise your hand, whosoever has any doubt.
Hello.
So that we can unmute you can ask to Rajesh.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, Rajesh.
Yeah. Hi, Rajesh. It was a wonderful work. I mean, like, it is really amazing. Just wanted to know, like, actually, you said you did it using S3 framework.
Yes.
Is that part also in this code, or is
Yes,
it?
everything is there. I will show you. But you cannot execute this code here because you have to do lot of thing in your local system. You have to set your configuration to execute your S3 in your local system. So 1 minute, I'll show you that part as well. CD AWS. There is a one configuration we have to do. So I used here Bluetooth. That part is also there. But how I did all those things, taking the data from the S3, there is some sample code I had written here. So same code I had kept there as well inside of that repository. So you can get that. But I feel that this code will not work because we have to create a configuration in our local system, because what that configuration does, like in every AWS, there is a IAM role should be there. So that part you have to take from your console. So if you can go to the AWS, I will show you from where you can get it out. So that part you have to store inside of your AWS directory, home directory. I'm showing you one.
Rajesh, I think you stopped your sharing. I think.
Yes, I just doing some credentials
Okay.
applied. So yes, that's fine. So this is my AWS console. I guess everyone will get the same thing. So here one IAM role will be there. Go to the IAM role. And this is the static application. You can deploy in S3 bucket directly. So here is the IAM role, and you will get, there is option one is the user group. Right now, this AWS account is used by two users. So you can see here 2 users are there. So there is a user group. You can go to the user group, and this is the admin. You can create your own group, or else this is all that. Here is that one user. Here you can see this is the one user, and you want to use this AWS, then you have to get your configuration file. So how we can get, either you can create an add user, or else if you have a user, then you can go to this directory, and yeah, here is my security credentials. Yes, this is my access key ID. So you have to copy this access key ID inside of AWS directory.
Okay.
Then only you can use that S3.
Okay.
Here we have to keep that AWS credentials here. Then only we can use it up here. So I applied this, means you can see in this application, I applied a domain name as well. So this complete backend service had configured with the SSL certification as well. So
Oh, great. Okay.
yeah.
So primarily
this is not a part of code, just a sake
Okay.
of knowledge. I spend around 700 rupees on GoDaddy, and I took the domain and
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, that's it, Rajesh. Thank you so much.
Okay, fine. So if there is
Yeah,
no,
Rajesh,
yeah.
hi, Arun of this side.
Hmm.
First of all, beautiful explanation. Thanks for
Thank you.
the detailed explanation. Okay, I have two questions. The first question is that you mentioned in the DBC YML file, there are some dependencies.
Yes.
And in those stages, there is a output file dependency as well. So what I want to understand is that when at the beginning, when
Hmm.
the as you showed the pipeline, it will we have to execute DVC YAML, sorry, not DVC YAML, the repro, right? So
Yes.
when
Yes.
it starts, the execution gets starts,
Hmm.
then the out, all those files in out will not be
Hmm.
present, right?
Yes,
In
it
the
will not be.
in, it will not be present. So how does it check? So like in the in part data given slash transcript or csv, this will be present,
Hmm.
but the output, this raw output folder will initially be blank, right,
Yes.
when we first time start the project.
Yes.
So how does it check whether these are present or not? Because that
First,
ideally should give an error.
yes, I will tell you. So first thing is that it will check this directory is present or not, because this directory has been created by this template.py, right? So this
Right.
directory is getting created. Now, once this Python file is getting executed, then this file will get created. If it is created or not, that part is getting checked with this DBC. If it is not getting created, means there is error. That should throw an error. Every time it will throw an error.
Okay, so at the first instance itself, somewhere in this file, upar ke taraf, it
Uh,
is these files are getting created, right?
yes,
These
this
these
file
files in
is
raw
the
folder,
manually
in
we
raw
did.
folder. Yeah, manually you have shown us
Hmm.
that you have created in the one of the py files, you have
Hmm.
created these files.
Yes.
So but I'm talking about not the dependencies but the out, this
Hmm.
slash raw, this folder was also created, but patient.csv, was this created? So that is what I want to understand.
No, no. This patient.csv, this diagnosis.csv will get created once this Python file will get executed. Okay. So
Right,
I
right,
understood what is your concern. Like at the first instance, it will be not there. Yes, it should be
right.
not there. It should be not there at the first instance. Not
हाँ,
first
तो वो तो
instance.
फिल हो जाएगा ना, वही मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, तो
हाँ,
हाउ
वो
डज
फील
इट
होगा तभी वो चेक करेगा यहाँ पे। मतलब एग्जीक्यूशन के बाद दिस विल चेक, डीबीसी विल चेक कि ये फाइल क्रिएट हुआ कि नहीं।
अच्छा, so in built में वही it is understood that only after execution this will check
Yes, yes.
for the out, not at the
Correct.
onset of the project.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes.
okay, okay, got it.
If it is not get created, then it will mark this stage as a fail.
Okay, तो उसका भी कोई रिपोर्ट निकलता होगा कि कितना फेल हुआ, कितना ये हुआ?
नहीं, वो अगर होगा तो I not aware about that. I just exploring the DVC with
Okay, okay,
iNeuron का
thanks.
community session से.
नहीं नहीं, वो जो आपने बताया that is well ahead of what we know. Okay, and the second part is that you have mentioned that you are populating the outputs like the ROC in JSON format. Can you show
Yes,
us where
yes.
where you have did that?
Correct. So there is a one report folder you will get here. Here the scores.json file is there. So यहाँ पे ROC and accuracy we are going to keep. और भी
Yeah,
कुछ
you are
evaluation, if you want to store few more evaluation matrices, you can keep here. That is not a big deal.
understood. ये कहाँ पर आप generate कर रहे हो? Can you show us in the code? That
Yes.
is what I want.
Yes. So here is that train test evaluation. Yes, here. Can you see this? Here I am going to expose all those things.
Okay, so config report और scores, ये आपका parent और child हो गया.
And here I am going to store these things.
Okay, अच्छा, नीचे का part आपने दिखाया नहीं था. Yes, now
Yes,
now it's
JSON.
clear. JSON.dump is there. Okay, right.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Yes, Kaushal,
Hello.
your question.
So in concatenating file, what you are doing in concatenating file?
In concatenating file, just a minute. 1 minute. This get data getter. So
What I
In con-
understand that you are just compiling all the Excel file and put into one file, I think so.
Yes, but that all file is not necessary at all. So only two CSV getting used in this project right now. So here in this configuration, in this concatenating file, what we are trying to do here, just I did a mapping with the patient dataset and transcript dataset. And I'm trying to concatenate these two data frames in a single data frame. That's all. Because हमारा target column is inside a patient dataset, and this column is not available in transcript data frame. So I have to integrate these columns, age, gender, because patient ID तो already is there. So this column I have to concatenate inside of transcript dataset. So I did that.
Okay, and you are manually doing accessing the S3 bucket by the Jupyter notebook, and after that you are using that code in your this project.
That part also I'm trying to integrate here. Right now I did with the Jupyter notebook itself, but yes, I can do that now. Actually, I was facing some issue, but finally I've solved that issues. I'm trying to make that part as well in the pipeline, so I can do that. Actually, there was some conflict because S3 was not able to access by local system until unless you are not doing the local system configuration changes. So I found that solution.
Okay, okay. And can you show me the what is inside the git inor? You just created this file, or you are putting
No,
something?
we putting something like so किसी भी directory में अगर जिस file को if you don't want to push that direct file, you can keep inside of git ignore. And I did one mistake. I was thinking like we can keep the git ignore at the root directory,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there we can keep all the file. It was not working for me. Might be you for you it will work, but it was not working. So finally I found the solution. I kept inside of all folder one git ignore file, so that in that particular file ka whatever files I don't know, no need to push in my git, so that file I can keep here.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Kausal. You don't need to write S3 bucket code externally because DVC I think support. So we can configure S3 bucket directly. That is also possible. But if you want, you can also write manually, and you can create one more py file in src folder to extract data from S3 bucket to your local system. That you can write it and you can automate it here.
Then we will put in the stages first for pulling the data. After that.
Yes. Like this function, I did this create bucket, and
Yeah.
here is one more function is there.
And if you go and try to see the if you search on Google how to configure S3 bucket in using DVC, so you will find some references where you don't need to write even code. With a few commands, you will be able to pull data from S3 bucket.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You don't miss this kind of code. You don't need to write. You can configure because it is already implemented in DVC. What you need to do, you only need to configure it. So you have to check the documentation from DVC. So you will find it out. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you want to write it, then also it is possible, as Rajesh shown us. Like you can also write your own code. And even DVC also support. DVC support, I think Google Drive also. There are multiple cloud storage DVC support. So you can check that if you want.
And this notebook is also in my GitHub. I linked that repository. So Jupyter notebook is also there for S3 and for this experiment.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Raj.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Rajesh. That's a great explanation. I'm a kind of beginner only. So I have two questions here. So what is like a config path? How do you define that?
Achha.
Like what from where you imported that, or which file are you using?
Achha, fine. So I guess are you using Windows, right? Windows operating system.
No, I'm in Mac.
Acha, you are using Mac as well, no worries. So whatever system is getting built, let's suppose you are bringing one system in your place. So what we are trying to do, we are setting some path at all, right? So let's suppose if you are installing the Java at all, so we used to set a path, right? So where is your Java executable files are there. So similarly, we are building new system, new infra system here. DVC is a part of infra. So we are building new infra system. So in infra, whenever we have to execute this infra, we need some common files. We need some configuration. So where we can define this location, where we have this file, where we have this file. So all those things we are keeping inside of configuration. Like in case of Windows, in case of Mac, we have a path variable. In case of Linux, we have a bash rc file. These are the nothing but it's a configuration file where we used to keep all those things. So similarly, this is our own system. So as it is our own system, so we are responsible to define where all the configuration has to be defined. Means where what is the necessary things is needed to execute this kind of thing. So that's what this configuration is came into the picture. So in this, only two configuration is there. One is params.yaml, another is dvc.yaml.
Okay, so these YAML files are the configuration files for this
Exactly.
project.
Correct.
Okay, and second, maybe I missed something. So in my understanding, when you will in this pipeline, only the SRC model and then report or whatever you have defined in DVC YML, only those will be available to the development team, or everything else will also be available?
See, this part has been done by the development team only. So data scientist team will give the model, and this part is the pipeline. Let's suppose tomorrow you have to do a lot of things, like in this model you have to do some kind of what I can say, principal component analysis, PCA. That part is not there. So if you are going to do the PCA, then that stage also you have to incorporate here somewhere. So after which stage you are going to do the PCA, right? So that part also we can integrate here. So it will be like this, how in which order you are writing here inside of stages, in which order you are going to write the stages, in the same order it will get start executing in the server. This is the beauty I found here. Initially I was doing the same thing with the sklearn pipeline. Okay, there is a one library is there, sklearn pipeline. So same thing was getting done with the sklearn pipeline, but the thing is the data version controlling the feature which is getting provided by the DVC. It was really awesome, and a few commands of the DVC I feel like making me pro here.
Okay, thank you.
Explanation. And actually I doubt that can you show read params function?
Read params function.
I think it's in data. What's it returning?
Readme.md, is it?
Read params is in data dot. Read
Rajesh,
params.
he is asking about the read underscore param function which you have written to load your.
Acha. Okay. Okay, that function you want to know. So this function is nothing doing anything. Here we are passing the config path, and this config path will open the file, and it will return the config in the form of the dictionary, you can say.
Okay, it's returning dictionary. That's why.
Yes, it's returning dictionary so that you can access the values in the form of the key value.
And one more thing, I don't know much about, but it's my concern.
Your voice is breaking, I think. I don't know, maybe it's my problem.
Is it?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, now it's much better.
Yeah. Are you also, because I am seeing in internet that Python modules what? Hello.
Your voice is breaking actually.
Okay, so
is it getting happen with me only, or everyone is facing the same?
No, it's problem with Akshat.
Acha, thanks. Yeah, Akshat, you can send a message otherwise. Okay, if there is no question, then can I stop sharing?
I think few one has doubt like Ranjit, what is
Acha,
the
acha.
benefit of using DVC? Someone is asking in chat.
Acha, okay. So benefit of DVC, I had already told you, like in case of Git, oh, if I will open the Git, I'll show you. What are the things we can do with the DVC? So here, if you can see here, for every time we used to do all those things, DVC related things, we can keep it here. All those things we are doing is storing all those things. So inside of GitHub, there is a very limited space is there, like 20 MB it is going to provide. So if you can see my project size, it will be around 150, 160 MB size is there. So we cannot push entire thing into the DVC. Sorry, into the Git. So what we can do, we can pass all the code what is necessary, and what are the big files is there, that part we can track with the help of the DVC. So this is the benefit of the DVC, and you can keep this file inside of your G drive or S3, wherever you want to store. So you can keep it there, and from there it will get tracked with the help of the DVC. So at the overall, I can say DVC will help you to track big data, like if you want to track like this. So that is the benefit of the DVC. And
Hi, Rajesh.
these files,
Sorry for this.
so
am I audible?
yes.
Yes, yes. One query. Sorry. Like, sorry if my query is wrong. Like, as per my understanding, like DVC is like it will store different versions of our data, whichever we are getting. Like, if we want to go to the previous version, or we want to check which are all versions we have generated, and we want to see the different outputs of every version. So how we can verify it?
Exactly, same thing. Like if you can see here is not a CSV. You can see this is the DVC hash code. Means each file having created as a hash code. Can you see this diagnosis data.csv ka hash code? And this hash code is getting tracked by the Git. So tomorrow, if you are going to change the data, and if you are trying to execute dvc.repro, automatically this hash code will get changed because your data got changed. So once this hash code will get changed, automatically Git will detect there is a code changes is there. So this is the benefit of that. So it will track the data as well as model, both the things.
Thank you. Like one more query. Sorry for that. Like as you stated, the MD5 will change the hash code. Now, suppose
Yes.
if I add a data or model and which is not perfect, like the earlier model was perfect. So how I can roll back to the previous one? Is there anything?
Okay. So how you are rollbacking in Git? Same command will work here. Git stash command is running here. Also DVC stash command will work. So DVC stash command will roll back your whatever the changes you have done.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So for your kind information, I'll show you one more thing. I did this just doing something, and here you can see. So here is the source trees. So you can see here what are the commit has been went live from my end. So let's suppose you are saying that earlier version was good, right? So nothing need to be do. So let's suppose this is my earlier version, right? So what I can do, I can right click and here reset the current branch here. So now what are the changes you have done? Automatically it will roll back all those things. So it will be your earlier command now.
Oh, okay.
So in PyCharm, these facilities are there. In Visual Studio, I don't know, but there is a command git hard reset. Hard reset is there. With that, you can get your last commit.
Sure. Thank you.
Hi Varsa Patil. There is a UI for DVC Studio. You have to connect it to your GitHub repo, and from there you can visualize everything from DVC. So you can see what is DVC Studio later for UI part.
Hi, Rajesh.
Thank you.
Hi, Rajesh. Wonderful explanation and walkthrough of the project that you have built. Just one question. So, is there any installation required for DVC for Git?
No, you can execute pip install -r requirement.text. Automatically, it will get installed. Everything is mentioned here.
Okay. And then there is one file which is mentioned as dvc.log. What is that file?
Acha, that DVC, 1 minute, dvc.log file, right? So here, like all the, it will get create automatically. Means here, like in case of .git, whenever you are going to initialize Git in it, so there is a .git file is getting create, right? So it is like that whenever you are doing DVC in it, so automatically this log file will get create. It will log all the hash key of your CSV file, model file. So whenever the things will get changed, it will update here as well. So all those things is getting stored. It's like a .git file.
Okay, fine. So then one thing which I understood is that whatever commands we are mentioning in the YAML file, right? So when we execute when we trigger the repro command, those commands will start executing one by one. So that is one benefit which we have. And then the second benefit which you mentioned is that it will maintain Git will maintain the hash codes which are there, which will be provided by DVC. And if there is any change to the hash codes, then Git would know that there is some change to that particular file or model or whatever it is, right?
Exactly.
So that is how the version controlling is happening.
Correct.
Okay, so is there any history of the hash files maintained somewhere? Is it going to be maintained at Git or somewhere in
just now Vikas was saying like there is a UI, DVC maintaining one UI. That part you can integrate. I haven't done yet, so I can show you. Today I will explore that part also. So I just listen that I will do that. So with the help of that, I guess we can monitor. I don't know, means is it possible or not? I think so. It should be. So from there, I guess we can do that.
Using DVC Studio, you can compare your various metrics across the different commit of Git, I think.
Okay. And then one more question. So we have put a parameter, right? That the confidence level of the model should be like 0.81 something we mentioned, right? So we will be creating different models by using different data. So
different parameters. Data should be same, right?
Yeah, right. So sometimes we may play around, right? We may want to change the train data set also. Like we may want to change the test and train split. Right now we took 80-20%, right? So we may want to change it. So then data will change in that case. So is that also going to be saved? Like what for this data, this was the model accuracy. For this data, this was the model accuracy.
Yes, that part also we can customize. If you can see, I have not done, but yes, that is possible actually. You can see here. 1 minute, I'll show you. Where is it? Here is that part is parameters we are setting, right? So here also we can take what kind of data we take. We can take the hash code of that file. For that we have to write for sure the code, and that hash code we can take from this file. So this hash code and this is the accuracy. So that also we can do inside of report. Actually, it's a good point that you had highlighted. Okay. I'll do that.
Oh, fine. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Vinod. Actually, what happens now means when multiple data scientist teams work on the projects, so they create different branch in Git, and they try with different model, and then they merge whichever experiment perform based accordingly.
Okay.
Just like that.
Okay.
And as soon as like if you are doing something, after that you should commit it so that this hash code gets recorded by Git. Means if you have done something and it is perfect, means it is working fine, you can commit that changes so that it will be tracked using Git.
Sure. And
If you have modified data and some parameter and you train your model, you can commit with the help of git commit. So that thing will be recorded.
Okay, fine. Just one more question in addition to it, right? So every time there is a change in a file or some change, right, in the parameters, then
Yes.
hash code will get changed. But would
Yes.
we also be able to track what data has changed?
Yes,
Because
there is a command in DVC.
okay,
DVC provides some command to check the differences between the parameters and accuracy.
okay,
So
and
we have to like see those commands, DVC matrix or DVC metric diff. So
okay,
these commands will show you the difference.
okay, fine. And it will show the differences in parameters, or and will it be able
In
to show the
tabular
difference?
format, it shows in different format you can see.
Okay, will it be able to show the differences in the different data sets we have used? So for one modeling, I use one data set. For another modeling, I used another data set. Will it be able to show that kind of thing also? Maybe I can try it out. But just checking.
Data cannot be visualized, but you can see the metrics to evaluate whether your model performance is improving or not.
Fine. Okay. Yeah, that's.
But you can keep track of like suppose you got 90% accuracy, but you wanted when you will commit, so at that time whichever the hash is associated to data set, that will also be committed. So anytime you can reproduce that thing.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Rajesh.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you are.
Sir, my doubt is about that config file and YAML. I'm little confused about it. Though means those both are acting as config file, or it differentiate.
See, here it's a config file. This is the config file. Like here, we are keeping all the points from where the input
means
will
here
come.
we are keeping a parent class and a child class for a config file.
I'll tell you. This file is act as an input. That's all. Means from where the file has to be taken, all those things. And this here we are storing the pipeline, creating the pipeline. Like what are the stages has to be done while executing this code, complete infra.
Means from here we are calling that input.
Yes.
Okay. And I have another doubt, sir. Means if you want to change the train and that test data set, that hash it will automatically record, or we have to commit any.
So if you are going to change your train and test data set, so basically you are going to change your input data, right? So because then only so if you are changing your input data and if you are executing this pipeline, automatically train test will get this change. No need to do manually these things. Okay. So code has been written in test that way only.
Okay, sir. Thank you. That's.
Hi, Rajesh.
Yeah. Hi.
Actually, I was facing problem with pushing DVC files to Google Drive. That we have to access the token from the Google. So have you done that?
Okay. Yeah, I have done that.
I was not getting an access token from them.
From G Drive, you are not getting access token?
Yes. That API, we have to call the API.
Actually, whenever you are going to create a directory inside of your G Drive, automatically you will get the token there, right? And the URL itself.
Actually, I was facing problem with that. They were showing a Google authentication error.
Acha. Okay. That then I have to see then in that case.
In this case, you have pushed the files to S3, no?
Yes. All the things is in my S3.
Okay.
Actually, I'm trying to make it public, that S3, so anyone can access, because I am just looking at exploring that S3, so kind of thing. I'm trying to make it public. So some permissions issues I am also facing. So that I'm reading the blog of AWS S3s.
Yes.
Hello, Rajesh.
Yeah.
Can you please show how the config path file is working? So,
Achha.
yeah.
So how the config path is getting work that you want to see. So for yes, for that I had written one function read params. So in this read params we are passing our config file, that's all, we are not doing anything. And this config read params function will return output in the form of dictionary, you can understand. So this is a dictionary, you can see this is a dictionary. Okay, so whenever this dictionary, what it contains this part in the form of the dictionary, in whatever function, whatever values we had kept, this is the parent key, child key, and this is the value. Let's suppose how we have to access. Let's suppose we have a dictionary, and inside of dictionary we have a key value pair, and in that key value pair, how we want to access the value? Dictionary and bracket make key, then it will return the value. Similarly, we are doing the here also. So we are passing this read data, we are calling this function. Let me show you that. Here we are calling this function, it is returning dictionary, and inside of dictionary whatever things you want to access, whatever value. So this is dictionary ka object, and here this is the key, and inside of key again another key is there, train path, and it will return that value, whatever things is there, split path and train path. You can go to the params.yaml, and here you can check there is a split path, and this is my train path, and it will go here, whatever value will be there, it will return there.
Rajesh, what I'm trying to ask is, in the function you have defined a config path. So in the config path, what is referring that config path? So that's my question.
Acha. So this is the config, I mean this file location, wherever your this file is there, that config path you have to pass. Is it your answer? Like config path, like if you can go to the dvc.yaml, here in every Python statement, here you can see config, and this is my path of the configuration file. So you can pass these things.
Okay, Rajesh.
Okay, I have a question on this only. If you go to any Python file, get data or any, there's an int in main now. Can you go there and can you tell me what is happening? I couldn't understand it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hi. If you go to any int main, yes, there's a arc pass or something. No? I couldn't understand this thing. Can you please explain a little bit?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Have you ever heard about the argumental
no,
statement in Python?
No, I'm not aware of.
So arc parser is a kind of Python library which is going to help you to pass the input at the runtime. Like at the runtime, you can pass your input. Means at the compiled, every time we used to pass the input at the compile time, right? Actually, Python is an interpreted language, so if there is no compile time, but yes, whenever you are going to execute any file, that moment itself you can pass your custom input, and it will execute your code based on your custom input. So that's what we are using this arc parser. So you can see here inside of dvc.yaml file, we always passing this config, and this config, it is taking one argument which is params.yaml. If you're not going to pass this value, also it will work. Why? Because inside of this arc parser we had written default config path, and default config path is nothing but params.yaml file.
Okay.
So let's suppose tomorrow, yes, if you're not going to pass that config
here, config -- config is just the name of it. You can put the same name in dvc YAML also. That's it.
Yes,
that's
whatever name you are keeping here, same name you have to pass here as well. Hyphen config, and then.
Okay. Great. Thanks for the great explanation you have given. Thank you.
Yeah.
And have you deployed it on Hero?
Yes, it is deployed in AWS.
I'm facing some problem over there. I tried to deploy
it. Yes, it deployed in AWS, and I had applied SSL certification as well.
Okay.
So you can access this code with the help of my domain name.
Okay. Thanks. Great job you have done. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. If there is no question, can I stop this?
Yeah, Rajesh, I think no more questions is there.
Okay. Yeah,
I think Narayan, Raju, and Bijoy, right? So they have some question. So they have raised their hand.
Yes, Sudhanshu sir, I just want to know with you how
Yeah, it was
this?
like I was like going through all of your demos and plus questions from others, right? So it was a nice, interactive, structured, like a manner in which you have delivered this entire things. Plus, the question was also good. The kind of questions that they have.
I
raised.
just did new thing here, sir. I learned one thing. I integrate complete thing with the help of the Swagger. So all the service can be, let's suppose they want to access this get data PY. So in Swagger, I had created a kind of API like Postman we used to do. So I had integrated that part as well. So can test unit testing with the help of, without touching the code, unit testing can be done with the help of the Swagger.
Yeah, it's an amazing job that you have done. So hope Vikas and Avnish is good with it, right? Avnish, Vikas?
Yes, yes. He have explained in very good manner, so people are understanding about it, and they can also do the same thing what Rajesh have done.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, Rajesh. Thank you.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
do one thing,
Motivation
Rajesh.
first thing.
Bundle up all of your code and send it to us, right? A final version, a latest one, and
I have a question.
all the steps that everyone is supposed to follow with respect to a deployment and hosting and installation and configuration.
Sure.
Although it's very, very easy and simple, but still, if someone is doing these things for the very first time, so they will face some sort of issue. So if you can check in your code, a final check-in, and then share these things with us, we'll make it public on your name, and everyone will be able to enjoy your work. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rajesh, I just have a question. You told about the authentication part, right? Like you were working,
Yes.
or you like yeah.
Yes, yes.
Can you tell that about like how are you planning to implement all?
Yeah, actually that part is done in one of the another DVC, but not integrated in this. So here authentication part is like this. I'll show you how the things is getting worked. So here I had created one user profile. So just to access my code, here you have to pass your first you have to do the sign up, and then only you can able to access. So here and here you can pass your password. So once you are doing the login, you will get I don't know, there is some issues is there. So you will get one authentication key here inside of output here, like this auth key, and that auth key you have to pass here. So that auth key we have to paste it here, then it will get authorized, and then only you can access all the service. Whatever the Python file has been written here, like get data.py, load data.py, all those things, then only you can access.
What is the service name? Like how do we implement that?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Once you are integrating Swagger, automatically this function name itself will go there. So you no need to worry at all.
Okay, that's a part of Swagger, isn't it?
Yes, that's a part of Swagger. That's the benefit of the Swagger actually.
Okay. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you for the beautiful presentation.
Hello, Rajesh.
Yeah.
Good work, Rajesh. You really explained well. I have a question. What is SSL certificate? Could you tell me, please?
Acha. SSL certificate, like if you can watch the iNeuron website. So iNeuron website is getting named with the iNeuron AI, but this website has been deployed in some of the server, and that server having some IP address, right? So now that IP address they are not exposing; they are exposing their domain name. Yeah. Right. So that IP address should get known by this name. So this is known as the SSL certification. So we are going to apply that IP address with this name. And it can be accessed with the help of the HTTPS. So if you are not applying the SSL certification, then you cannot access this website with the help of the HTTPS. So there is some GitHub libraries there, inbuilt library. You can directly clone. I had created some steps. I will write down that step as well with the how readme.md file, and you can happily apply that as well. That is actually a big part. Actually, I spend a lot of time to integrate these things. So yes, we can do that.
Is it payable?
No, it's a free. It's a free.
Okay.
Only paid is your domain name. I spend around 700 rupees to get this domain name and integrate with my AWS IP address. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I applied Nginx, and you have to get some idea about the Nginx or whatever the REST API service. You can say protocols is there. So I applied Nginx, and with the help of the Nginx, I configure SSL certificates.
Thank you, Rajesh.
Just I want to make a end-to-end. That's what I did. But as of now, data scientist job is not this one. So if you want to do, then you can do that. I will add that point in readme.md.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
that's amazing, Rajesh. So yeah, thank you so much. So next is Bijoy. So Bijoy, yeah. So let me make you as a host, and then you can start presenting. Yeah, Bijoy. So you are a host now. So who is next? So who is going to present next? Anyone? Any?
Am I audible?
Yeah, Bijoy, you are audible. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, Rajesh, your work was so good. I mean, I haven't done that good actually. I've been embarrassing myself by sharing my work. Actually,
work is work, Bijoy. So it's small or big, it doesn't matter. So every work is having its own impact, right? So it's completely fine.
Okay, I'm saying that.
Only thing is that I learned a lot of motivation with Sudhanshu sir. Every day they used to say this is not enough. So you have to do this. I feel like when I will get finished these things. So this is all about that.
Okay, fine.
देखने में डर लग रहा है. No issue, Sarath. It's fine.
Okay, so I have used MLflow over here. So it helps you to train, monitor, and reproduce your results over any operating system. So first I will explain this is an end-to-end application. So first of all, I will explain the MLflow part, what I've done over here. So as you can see, this is the starting point. First we have to install MLflow using pip install MLflow. Then after that, you will have to write this command: MLflow server backend store URI. Then you have to give a server. Here I have used SQLite, where you want to store the database, and then the default artifact root, where you want to store the model and all its artifacts. You can name it anything, ABCD. Then you can see this is the host, is the local host, and then port 50. So once you run this, if you run it, it will create these things: artifact, MLflow, and all this in DB. And I have also already created it, so I don't need to do that again. But second time you run it, so it will show you an UI from where you can actually track and track your versions, compare your models, and do all this kind of good stuff. Let it load first. So here you can see there are two runs, there are two models I've created. First is the linear regression, and the second one is polynomial regression. So here you can do compare. So you can check the different intercept. There's all these parameters as asked by MSC, RMSC, 10EMA, all these things, and you can also do comparisons in different matrices. You can also do that, and on top of it you can do another thing, that is personalizes. It will show you another thing actually. Hold on. When you look at it, it will basically show you this one, register model. Once you click on the register model, you have to create an register model. You can name it anything. Once it's get registered, you will see something like this. If you click on it, you can see my model. After the model is created, I have trained the model. It is stored here. You can see everything, and you can also transition it to different stages. Let's say I have done staging. Okay, it's currently now stage. Maybe someone in the same team, let's say someone my senior, they will check the entire my model, and they will maybe transition to it production. And after it's done, you can actually see there is the version 1 is created, and you can actually fetch it from here and use it for your what do you call it, prediction. Now, how all this happening over here? Let's get it. So this is a simple function. It is the starting point of my ML flow code. So as you can see, this is the start ML flow, and I'm calling it over here, starting it. Then what is I'm initializing this object utils. What utils has? So it is having these functions, load data, that is loading my data, that is over here. You will see in a moment. I'm loading this data and reading the file. Then I'm getting the train test split, all these things. It will returning me train test all the splits, and also having a scale method. You can scale the data using this method. And now I'm loading data, passing the path. It will load the data, then getting the train test split. So it is providing me all the values, and after getting the values, I'm scaling the data, as you can see. So it's the setting data, we all know, we have done that. And after that, this is linear regression model. So where is it? This is in the training file. Basically, I'm performing the training over here. So what it has is the linear regression model, and it has the model as instance variable model that is storing the linear regression object that I've imported, and also have the methods like polynomial features. I will explain it later. And the methods like get model, that is returning me the model. Get RMSC, returning me RMSC, get MSC, returning me MSC, and here I'm calculating as star square. And now this is the ML flow run method that I'll be calling over here. So where is it? So ML flow, it's what are the parameters this is taking? This is taking on the train and test data and the name for the run. So if you look over here, you will see the names actually. Linear regression model, air temperature model. So if I go over there, you can see this is I have passed I mean, this is a default parameter. You can change it through here through parameter. It will get changed. Anything you want to do, and then after that you have to set an remote service URI where this will get hosted. You can see it. I'm running it in the local host, this port, right? Using 5001 port. So you have to specify it over here also. Now set tracking URI because I'm tracking over here. So you have to set it over there. Now this is MLflow Context Manager. It will perform all the task of logging your data, logging your model, your different kind of parameters, and also training. So this is MLflow Autolog. So we can just like logging library we have in Python, we have this. It will log the model and like that, and then I'm performing model.fit train and test. It will training, and then I'm getting the mean square error, RMSC, and calculating adjusted square. Now it will automatically log the model. Now I want to also log the testing RMSC and adjusted square value. So you can do it like this: MLflow log metric, name of the metric, and then pass that value, as I've already calculated all this. So as you can see over here, you will be able to say it. Here you can see adjusted R square value, MSC, RMSC, all these things are getting stored. And then it will return the run ID. So as you can see over here, in artifacts, we are getting this, right? It has value. This is the run ID for it. So, and this is all basically for it. And so like in this way, it will get registered, your model getting stored, and I showed you how to register it. That way you can also register your model, and that will get into production as you are actually creating a version of it and pushing it to production. Now, what you have to do is pull this production model and use it for our prediction. But I tried doing it, but it didn't work for me that well. So I hard coded it. Actually, where is it? I actually manually looked in, compared all the model, and then pick the model that has the highest accuracy and RMSC, lowest RMSC and E-scores, and then use that for my prediction. But it was completely hard coded, like you can see over here. So as you can see, I have actually hard coded the entire thing. This is the artifacts models, and I'm actually loading the model over here and prediction. You are not supposed to do it. You can actually fetch it using MLflow, but I tried, it didn't work for me. So this is it, and now I will explain the entire application, how it's working. So this is the main app file, and so here's the home page, the home, and here I'm creating this file object, API handler, and hold on, let me explain first here. So this is a custom logging class that is helping me to log everything, perform logging, and I've created the app logger, date time imported. Log is a method. I'm passing the object of a file, log message, and the level. If a level is error or is information, I'm taking the date time, then now giving the current, and now the date. This is how I'm getting the current date, and for the current time I am performing this. Now the strf time, and you have to you can give this kind of formatting, so we'll get the time. And after that, I'm file object dot write and writing all of this thing after converting them into the string. Now I'll get to the wrap part. So I'm using file and here I've already created the files actually. So you can see the different log.txt file is recording different kind of data. API handler is recording everything that's happening in the API. File handling is handling everything, recording everything that's getting stored while loading any file. Folder handling is recording this data because I'm creating and deleting a certain file. I'll explain again. Then there's validation log. This is recording everything that's happening in validation. There's prediction log that is also recording everything that is happening in prediction. Now here I've opened the file. This is a file object. Now logger.log. Now what is logger? Here's the logger object I've created. And this is the logger.log file object, and then the message inserting app, and this is the info type. And after that, I'm creating a very data validation object. This is a class. Now what it has? So it has a bunch of files basically. This is here also I'm creating the logger, and this is the prediction the JSON that has couple of data, like the column number is 2. There's column names are, these are the 2 input that the user will be providing, and according to that I will provide them with the output. So this is also data, which column I have to scale. I've also predefined that.
So there is one feedback. So what we can do is maybe we can try to go in a step-by-step manner, right? So we can try to talk about maybe a data set first. I'll give you a point, right? So maybe you can try to follow the same point so that it will look like a structured one. So you can talk about, first of all, a data, then what was the problem statement, what was the base problem statement, then about ML flow, as you have already shown a demo, right? That okay, fine, so things are working in your local host and we are able to create a version, we are able to create a log, plus we are able to register our models.
Yes.
And these things is happening, right? That's fine. So in a step-by-step manner, first about a data, then about a base solution, then about an integration with the ML flow, and then about your like a production and deployment. So if we will go in that manner, so we all will be able to understand in a much better way. Yeah.
Yeah, so sure.
Yeah, so please try to like do it in this way.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah,
So,
and don't feel nervous. It's fine. So like it's your batchmate, right? So
yeah,
and we all are a part of class since last like 6 to 7 months, right? So we all know each other. So it's completely fine. It's like a family. So we are just like discussing internally with everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So for the problem statement, we have the AY41 data set, where the tasks that Sir had provided, where we have to, let me open it first, where we have to predict the air temperature based on the other parameters. So that was the task. So now for the part. Here I've created a class A14, right? This is where I'm performing all the reading, cleaning the data, and all those pre-processing tasks. So this is, as you can see, I'm here. This is reading the data, nothing much. Reading the file. So okay, and then there's the show data where I'm returning the data frame. Pandas profiling have implemented where I'm just returning the Pandas report, nothing much. And as you can see, this is just nothing but just logging and print statements. And this is a transformation where I'm just transforming the data, a log1p. I'm using the log transformation for the skewness. Also tried that. Data splitting over happening over here. So I'm just dropping a column that has been passed over here, and then taking X and Y, and after that completed happening. Oh, and then there's this scaling where performing standard scalar operation, as you can see. And then there's ignore this. These are the part of the previous tasks. Actually, I've taken the same code. So what I've actually done over here. So this is the file that I'm reading. So read data. I checked all the things, and these are some of the actually observations that I've received and written down. Nothing else. You can read later. Then what I've done is renamed the columns actually, because I was automating the what do you call it, the OLS task, but it was not working. I was actually I've written this code to generate this formula automatically and then perform. So with this names that this has K and K RPM, it was not working. So I renamed all of the columns. After that, I have just written this code to concatenate all of this and pass through OLS, and this is performing OLS. And here you can see, according to the p-value, I have filtered out the features. So most of the feature has p-value greater than 0.05. So I have they are not much significant. So I have removed them, and the only one I kept is process temperature and HDF. And I can show you the actually the report I have to generate it again. There also I could see that the correlation between the air temperature and process temperature was actually high, and other features didn't have any correlation between them. And so I've done that and removed all of them and saved this file. I've removed all of the features over here and only saved the final data to features that are let me show you, HDF and process temperature. You can see air temperature, process temperature, HDF. So this is my data set. Okay. So as you can see, this was the data set I've included over here. This is all the data. Now, for that part, I've done it. Now, so here is a file that is prediction files, where I'm actually creating and deleting every time. Where what I'm doing, this is the input.csv that is storing the data that the user is sending, and the data is getting fetched manual input over here. This is the code for it. I am actually taking all the data and storing it. This is it. So I'm actually storing the data through CSV, input.csv file, and also the prediction file that you can download after prediction. And each time it's getting completed, it's getting deleted, and after each time the site is getting loaded, it is recreating, and without these two files. Now that is what's happening over here. As you can see, I'm checking this file is available or not. If yes, then I'm deleting that file and again recreating. Now there's again this log that is saying the files are successfully deleted, and I'm running the HTML file that has the inputs, nothing much, and then submit button, and it's throwing it in the input. That is it. And from here I am taking a post request, then creating an empty list and receiving this data in a dictionary format. You can take it one by one, but it was easier for me as I had this file over here to verify my inputs. As you can see, these are the two files. Now I'm fetching those two files using this function. Now, what is this function is doing? Now, this is taking this, as you can see, this is the schema name. This is defined over here. So I am just reading it and fetching us 3 values. These are 3 values, and then returning those 3. So you can see the required columns is number second, 0, 1, 2. That's why, as you can see, this is second. So this is giving me the array of this 2. From there, I'm just selection.keys. So as this is providing me as a dictionary format. So the keys will be these names, the name of the features, and value will be the input the user have provided. After that, I'm just fetching them and storing into this input data. And after that, I'm just storing the input data into a data frame that is getting stored over here into the input.csv, as I showed you. And then it is redirecting it to the prediction method. Now over here, what it is doing is it is going for validation. Now we have to check the data user have provided they are actually correct or not. They could provide pretty unusual data. So I'm only checking for data type over here because we need numerical data. We don't want any textual data. We don't want any ABCD or any special characters. So I'm checking for the data as int64 and float64. These are the things that is good. Else it will throw an exception. After that, it is going for, sorry, my bad. So here I'm calling the validation method, and after that the prediction method is getting called. So here again, the logger method is getting object is getting instantiated. We are also opening the prediction log file and the data validation. From here, the logs are, I'm doing the logs, and then the pre-processing file is also getting instantiated. What we have in the pre-processing file is nothing but a scale data method that will only scale the data that we need. That is, we can get it from here, which column to scale. This is the column to scale because this is the only numerical data we have, and other one is categorical data within one that to be scaled. So, after that, I'm just reading the input data using this. I'm taking the data and then reading it using this and getting stored in data frame. And after that, I'm passing it to the scale data method, and it is getting pre-processed and returning an NP array over here. And after that, I'm loading the model. I'm sorry, so I missed one part. So this is the file handler actually. So what is file handler is helping me to do is loading the file that is that got created over here. That is in artifact. I've actually taken the absolute part of it, I mean related part of it, and pass it to it. So it can fetch the model and pass it away, give me in the model. And after that, I'm actually loading the file. As you can see, the model.pkt, you can get it over here, model, and you can see model.pkt file is passing, and this is getting loaded using nothing but like this. I'm just that's a binary file, right? So I'm reading is RB, and then load and return. And after that, the linear regression and doing the prediction. And after the prediction getting done, I'm storing the prediction file into the data frame and returning the data frame along with the columns, so that I can show it into the output page. So that is basically everything for this project. Now I'll show you how it actually looks. Yeah, I forgot one thing actually. Let me explain. So I've used GitHub workflow to actually deploy it as soon as it gets committed, because once I have completed the ML flow part, I've registered my model and fetched it. So you will commit it right after all the changes, and as soon as you commit, it will deploy it. So how do you do that?
So continuous integration you have created, right? So continuous integration and deployment you have already created over here.
Yes. But I failed to actually fetch it using the MLflow code. I had to actually give the relative path of it and then predict as you saw. So this is the flow. This will not be like this initially. You have to create a file. So initially it will be like this. Then you have to actually set up the Python application, as we are using Python application. Set it up. It will create all these things. Start commit. It will commit. Then you have to change it. And let me show you how I've changed. So this is a Python application. Now it will happen. It will actually perform all the steps when we push to which branch? Main branch. Now where it will run, because they have to do a run, because GitHub will do a run of entire project. I mean, what are the steps here has been defined. So where you want to run it? I'm running it Ubuntu latest. You can run it in Windows also. You have to run write it Windows over here. And these are some of the things that GitHub Action already give you. From here, you have to define the Python version. Actually, I'm using 3.6, so I did 3.6 over here. And then this is name. Name is the what action it is performing. It is telling you. And this is run. It will performing the actions. And these are all the things that already defined by GitHub Action. You don't have to change these things for now, at least. And then here I've done the deployment, where this is nothing but the thing we have done before. So you can see the secret and Heroku API. These are the things that I've actually coded in my GitHub actually, because I didn't want to show the credentials to anyone. So you will find it over here. So you have to go to the settings. From there you will get a secret, and in the secret you have to you can actually provide any key. Let's say you have any secret key for purpose, you have deployment or something like that. So you can actually store it here. You can create a new key, create a new repository secret, and you can actually create the key and refer it in your GitHub. So I've done exactly like that. So Heroku, and then the secret key, API key, and then the app name is here. And after that, this is nothing but the GitHub filter branch, and push to the Heroku. So as soon as I do a commit, I can even show you right now. So there is a change I made. Listen, I'm doing anything. Then push. is pushed. Now you can see the action have started actually, GitHub Actions. So it will perform all the things and it will deploy. If there is any problem, it won't actually deploy your code. So it is installing all the necessary libraries and everything. Once it's done, it will be until it do its work. It's almost done. Yeah, so it's done. So this is the application. If I refresh it, it's loading and working just fine. So let's take any value, submit it. This is giving me prediction, and you can download it over here. It will get downloaded. This is it. So hello.
Yes, yeah, Vijay.
This person was that great actually.
Yeah, so like the way you have created the CI/CD, right? So I like this part a lot, plus ML flow integration, plus the way you have solved the problem. What I believe is you have removed all the columns, all the attributes based on the p-values. Maybe we can work on that. I believe I dropped a mail, right? I dropped you a mail stating the same thing, and you have replied.
Yeah. You told me that I'll get to know how to do it properly in the future classes.
We had a conversation on that part, right? Over a month.
Yeah.
So fine, Vijay. This is actually very good, and yes, you are able to complete a flow. So that's an amazing thing. So fine, guys. Please start asking questions. Whatever questions you have, so please try to ask Vijay. He will try to answer. Anyone who is having any kind of a questions from any part, right? Just ask this question. So Vijay.
Yeah, hi Vijay. This is Aruna here.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a bunch of questions. I'll run through them very fast. Okay, so you have used static method. What does it signify in your code?
Well, you see,
at
wait, let me explain. Yeah, I have used over here the training part. You're talking about this?
Yes, at multiple position I've seen.
So this is called a decorator actually. So there are two types of methods are there actually for a class. There's the instant method and there's the static method. There's also a class method actually. We are not getting over there. So what is instance method? That is a part of an object. You are trying to call that method using an object, and that will also have a self at the first parameter actually. This is this is a instant method, and this is part of an object. You can only call it using object of a class. But for a static method, this is a part of a class actually. You can call it using a object. You can call it without creating an object. You can just do something like this.
So you're saying that we can call it using as an instance of a class, or as well as like a, for a normal function that we call that with brackets.
You can actually call that. As you can see, I'm not using any instance variable over here, right? I'm not using anything that's related to the object. So I can make it a static method and use like that way.
Yeah, because I don't have access to your entire code, so I didn't recognize what you were doing. Okay, so that's the first question. Second question is that in your folder templates, I see if you go on the left hand pane, there is artifacts folder is there within us folder artifacts. So will that be a problem? You see here?
No, no, actually, let me play it up. So as you can see, so where the default artifacts will be, so this is the path I've given, right? So you can name it anything actually, this thing. ABC,
no,
no, there won't be any conflict. As you can see, I have named it artifacts, and I'm not facing any issue, not any error. So
no, is it a best practice to use the same name? Because
yeah, this is not best practice, because for me it was just what I call it, experimenting how I can do this kind of stuff. So I haven't followed the best practice because I was just testing this kind of things, right?
Okay.
And so yeah.
Okay, so in artifacts, that folder, it is storing 3 or 4 folders are there with the run ID is there, right?
They are different runs actually.
So these are automated. It is automatically pooling inside, or do we have to manually write any function? So that is what I want to know.
I mean, how are they created?
Yes, how are they creating?
So as you perform this ML run, I'm running it. So this thing is responsible for doing it. So once you do it, starting run and then logging it and all this stuff, so this will generate it automatically over here.
So we do not have to make any make dir those statements not
no. As soon as you run it, this artifact and MLflow DB, this both will be created.
So this is we can say that this is a part of the schema itself. It automatically creates.
It gets automatically created. This is the first time I have already created it. I don't. It won't get created. As you can see, this is only give me the localhost link, and I can go there and do all the stuff.
Okay. So third question is why in logging you have not considered in level. Have you considered level? Because I didn't find it.
Yeah, which logging? MLflow logging or the entire?
No. Your custom logging is there.
Yeah. So this is the level actually.
Yeah, but in the file.object.write, you have written level. Okay, pertaining to this follow-up question is that will the while you were writing the code, will the logger get saved in case the app crashes midway? Because somewhere around 3 or 4 months back, Sudhanshu sir had said that to make it in such a way that even if the app crashes midway, the file should get saved and not get corrupted. So will this happen in this instance?
For this instance, it actually get corrupt, but I have changed it actually. I have moved my entire logging system to Cassandra database actually for after this project. I've done that. You can, if you look into my this project.
So in Cassandra database, that will be a real-time logging as
in that. As you can see, the everything is going there. I have actually written. Let me show you. Maybe I have done it over here or something. Yeah, as in DB operations over here. I have created all these methods to perform different kind of operations, right? And
so this is almost real time, right? As and when the action happens,
this will get stored as soon as I'm performing the logger.log and then passing all this data, it will get stored. Right. And after the app crashes, I mean, you will get the logger before the
that
crashes
is
or any
understood.
kind
So
of
at least
error.
whatever has happened till now, that will get logged in Cassandra.
Yes,
That is
yes,
what you're
yes.
saying.
Yeah,
Okay. Next question: what is the content of index.html that you have shown?
Index.html, there's nothing there.
Yes.
Index.html having
What is it actually? Okay, so this part.
So these are two input, two text, label text, and submit button. This entire thing is in a form.
Okay. The content of YML file, that YAML file is there. What is the content and who decides this? Are you writing on a custom basis, like I think Rajesh had shown? Yes. Because like we see,
As I told
you,
as I told you, this thing will get created from here. The YAML file is getting created from here. This is the YAML file you're talking about.
So after you pushed your entire code onto GitHub, onto GitHub repo, and you're running it via, I think, actions, I think, right? Not actions. How did you come here? ये workflow में आता है क्या?
Yeah.
How are you generating this YAML file? That is what I want to know. After pushing it onto the GitHub.
No. As soon as you create a repo, you are having the access of this action tab, right? So you can click on this action tab, go down there, you will find the Python application, set up this workflow, and it will automatically generate this thing. Now, all you have to do is configure it based on your need. As you can see, I have only kept their push. I have removed the pull. In my code, if you see over here, I only have push. I don't have pull because I don't need to run this workflow when I'm trying to pull anything from my repo. I've changed the 3.6 version. I have added these things that are not over here. They are not over here by default. You have to customize these things.
So is there any what you call, when you're writing it, when you're modifying it at your local system? So is there any syntax that we have to follow? Because as you can
see, this is yeah. Go on.
Yeah, my primary question is that here also, as you can see, it's a key value pair. So when the last presenter, I think Rajesh was showing us, he had demonstrated the different stages and how we can configure them. But here you have written in the key part of the section, not here in your code. On the key part, you have written statements like. Can you just show your code, please, once? यहाँ पर आपने लिखा है ना कि like lint with flake8 and
नहीं, ये ऑटोमेटिकली आता है, पहले से आता है। यहाँ पे भी है, देखिए ये सब है यहाँ पे, ये ऑटोमेटिकली these are getting generated automatically. These are actually the lint you are talking about. That's checking the syntax actually. That's
so this is been generated from GitHub itself, and you're just reflecting it on your local system.
Yes, exactly.
And removing all certain lines which you do not need. Right, exactly. That is what I understand. Exactly. Okay. My final question is that this secret key for API. Can you explain this again? I'm completely lost as you what explained for the Heroku API and the secret key.
Over here, you can the secret.
No, I know where to get the key, but why have you used it? Can
because
you just
if I want to push it over from here to my what do you call it? Heroku, then you would need a secret key to access, right? Because when you are pushing it using into your account GitHub, Heroku account, you need a
can you
credential,
explain
right?
just showing the code? Just show the code, and can you explain again? Because I'm a little lost here. I didn't follow, so it's my bad.
So basically, what do we do? So what we do when we want to deploy app, we create a new application and then get everything right. Then we go to the deploy.
And then we reset those codes, whatever is given.
GitHub and CLI. So I'm posting from where? My account, right? This is my account. I'm keeping it
right.
Right. So you have to create a key actually that is specific to your account that you can use to deploy your code in Heroku your account into your account. And sorry, I can get it from here. Hold on. Yeah. So you can once you have to install the Heroku CLI first, then you can use this thing to actually create the token. Right. Let me try actually. So from here, if you give me a token and few details that I can use, so this, as you can see, these are some of the things that they have created for me. I can use it to deploy into my account. This is the key. I have stored it over there actually. So from there, I can actually deploy it. This is creating only for my account, specifically my account. Is it clear?
I need to explore a little bit. Okay. Anyways, rest of people can go on. Thanks.
Hello, Bija. You can also create token from Heroku UI.
Oh, I actually
from website.
that actually. I just googled it and found this, so I used it actually.
You can use it, but there is a way for a permanent creation.
Okay, I'll look into it.
If you want, I can navigate you, means how you can create.
Yeah, so then
go to a top, right top, the circle icon. Yes, account settings. Scroll down. Yes, a little bit more. Yeah, this one is the API key. You can reveal that.
Okay.
Or regenerate.
Got it.
Okay, anytime.
Thank you.
So this will help us to what do you call link with GitHub, or this is for something else?
This is to actually connect. This is acting as a bridge between your GitHub and your Heroku account, so that it can upload. You have to upload it in your Heroku account, right? This is uploading from your Heroku account. So this is specific to your account. It is generating. That's clear. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Vijay, you are audible.
Okay.
Yeah. So
hello, Vijay.
Yeah, please go ahead, Kusal, Rajni. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Hello, Vijay. Can you go the command SQLite? So you have installed the SQLite on the local?
No, this will get generated automatically as soon as you perform this. So as you can see, MLflow server. Now backend store URI. What is the storage URI? So this is the SQLite MLflow DB. And there is the what is the default artifact root when you want to store all those artifacts, models, and your parameters and stuff. So that's there.
So can we use here MongoDB something / or
maybe I think this should allow. I haven't tried it, but
Yeah,
this should
that
allow.
can be used. MongoDB or any other databases can be like used over here. But the thing is, SQLite DB is basically it's been used for in-memory like a storage. So that's the reason. So generally, people advise that wherever we have a lightweighted URL or wherever we have to access something very quickly while running an application. So it's advisable and it's a procedure to utilize a SQLite kind of a databases, which is a in-memory databases, but you can use any other databases as well if your read time and write time is less. So yes, that can be used, but that's the reason. So by default with MLflow integration, you will be able to see SQLite DB.
Okay. Vijay, can you explain the CI/CD pipeline? How you implement? Actually, I couldn't understand.
GitHub part or
CI/CD pipeline.
Okay, so the MLflow. Yeah. So as you see, so this part you get right. So I'm getting the template, scaling the data.
No, I understand this,
So,
but
so Kushal is talking about like a CI integration part. So like your main repo is a GitHub repo, right? So you are doing a local development and then you are trying to check in inside like a GitHub repo, and then from there, so automatically it will push and productionize your latest version of the code. So this part, I believe Kushal is asking, right, Kushal?
yes.
Yeah, so as you can see, this is the Python application. So you have this is getting generated. So it is, so this is on. So on what action you want to perform this action, the workflow should get triggered. On push, which branch? Main. Now jobs. All the tasks will get performed here. So runs on which
so if you can start talking about app creation from GitHub side, right, and then integration with this one, I think we all can understand in a better way, in a flow. Yeah, so on app side, yes.
Can you show why creating the new repository so that will be clear?
Demo. So this is the new repository. Now, what I have to do is create a Python application. Where is it? Package. Python application. Set up this workflow. So it has generated us, right? All those things. Start from it. If I go to my you can see .github/workflow. It get generated. In here, I have this. So this way, this entire thing is getting generated. And after that, what I'm doing is modifying it. So modifying will be done as per your need, what you want to do. You can perform, maybe there's a test you want to perform. Any kind of unit test you want to perform every time you want to push the data. You can also do over here. I can't show you because I have to look into how to do that, but I know that can be also done. You can actually perform a unit testing every time you're pushing it. Unit test will get triggered and it will check all the test cases. If it is passing the test cases, then it will push. Otherwise, it won't. You can also do that. So now, as I told you, this is a Python application. Now this is pushing on branch main, and then on what virtual machine is you are trying to run it. That gets Ubuntu latest, and then you just check out video. This is something they are generating actually. Then Python, which version of Python? Python 3.6, and then Python version 3.6, install dependencies. These are all already generated, and this is the length that you are seeing over here. The lint is actually checking the syntax. Actually, if there is any syntax error, it will check it and throw an error. And after that, so as you can see, the name you see is the name of the job. I can show it.
So first you commit the your code on local and push your GitHub account. After that,
yeah. As soon as I push the data, as you can see, so this will have this workflow will get triggered on when I push the data on
Okay.
which branch, main branch,
Okay, fine.
and then it will start all these processes. So as you see the names, install dependencies, then deploy to Heroku. As you see, these are here. Install dependencies, Heroku, the names, and what will happen? Run. And this will happen. This will happen.
So how you connect your GitHub account with the Heroku from GitHub? Have you done any setting or just go log in on the
See, you have to generate the secret key as I
GitHub?
showed
Okay,
you.
fine. Okay.
So
And paste
you can
here.
you can directly paste it. Either you can directly paste it over here, or you can create the secret key as I've done.
Okay.
Right.
As soon as it deploy on the GitHub and it automatically push on the Heroku and deploy again, right?
Yes. As these three commands are responsible for deploying your application.
Okay. And what do you mean by the test cases? These steps, test
Okay.
cases.
Test case is let's say you have written a function that will add two values.
Okay, I'll explain in a simple way. See, like in a ML way, I'll try to explain you. So test cases means as Bijoy has integrated his GitHub and his local development, and he's saying that he will try to push this particular code inside a GitHub. Now, inside a GitHub, when he will try to push a code automatically. Whatever he has written inside a run, so it will start executing this command. So maybe I have written these things for a deployment, maybe for test cases, or maybe some other task I have written above or below. So test cases simply means that, let's suppose I have written one condition that try to test my latest version of model with this data. So you are trying to give a data location, or maybe one record, maybe a multiple millions of record. And then you are trying to say that if model accuracy is more than 80%, if this is the code test cases you have written, if model accuracy is more than 80%, so then only try to push a model. Right, try to productionize a model, otherwise don't try to productionize a model. So this kind of a condition we can write, right, with respect to my task. Or maybe if I have written something else, like if my data set or if my entire process flow is breaking at the time of data validation, or maybe at the time of data transformations, or somewhere in terms of doing some sort of analytics with respect to a data set, so stop it. Right. So don't try to productionize, means don't push a latest version of code on my production server, which is like facing a user side. Right. So that is something called as test cases. And test cases is something that we all write for like any kind of a development that we do, because there will be a development environment, there will be a UAT environment, and there will be a prod environment. Somewhere you will be able to find out even a pre-prod environment. So more like it's like a same prod and pre-prod kind of environment. So this is something that happens, and that is something called as complete pipeline in terms of development for any kind of project. So this is what he's talking about, and we can automate this entire things with the help of this particular file.
Okay. So in this project, Vijay, have you written any test cases or?
No, I haven't written.
Okay, fine. That's why I confused you. Where is the test cases? Right. So, sir, test cases are written in the Python or something conditions?
You can write a code in a Python, or you can write a code in any other languages. That is completely fine. Code is just a way to express yourself, as I used to say since the very first day. So you can write a code again. So there is a possibility that some of you are working in Python, some of the other modules we are developing in some other languages. So even those integration, right, we can do it over there, and then we can try to productionize it. So even that kind of a situation is possible. And yeah, we do it. every time.
Okay, fine.
So it's a
Thank you,
language
sir.
independent thing.
Okay, okay. In future class, I think we will see how to use the test cases, right,
If
sir?
you are able to see this much in 6 months, so in next
Yeah,
6 months, just imagine how much you will be able to see.
yeah, definitely, sir, definitely. Today I got a lot of insight from these projects.
This is a real work, right? This is a demo of real work, I will say. This is a
Yeah,
demo of real work you are like able to see. And believe me, even your interviewer is not having this much of idea when you will go for an interview.
okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's small question from my side. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Actually, sir, this ML flow server command is there, and inside it, SQLite. We are installing that SQLite in ML flow server. That's the meaning of this for making that. I have also. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Are we installing it inside that ML flow server, SQLite thing, that database?
No, it's getting created in local SPC.
Okay.
And there it's using it to actually show everything you see over there.
Okay, means that accuracy matrices and everything which we are
everything
that we are
stored in your database.
okay, that we are communicating with the help of that SQLite, and this MLflow.db is created in that with the help of that SQLite. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm done from my side. Thank you.
So any other question, guys, for Vijay?
Yeah.
Yes.
This Murli here. Can I go ahead with my question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hi, Vijay. Thanks for your going through this code and wonderful code. And I have a very basic doubt. Like you were just talking about the Python app.yml, right? YAML. Okay. So where is it integrated? In the sense you are trying to push your code initially first onto the Git, right? GitHub.
Yeah.
And then you are automatically trying to push it onto your productionize it onto the Heroku, right?
Exactly.
Now, where is this getting initiated? In the sense, is it manually? I'm going to say you are
This
trying to.
is a part of GitHub, and GitHub is responsible for performing these actions.
So, Bijoy, let me clarify his question. I think Kushal was trying to know the same thing. How you have done integration of your PyCharm and GitHub? This is the real question, right, Murli?
Yeah, like in the sense, how are you trying to push your code onto the GitHub, and then this one is going to integrate it with the Heroku, right? And where are you doing that integration? Like, where exactly that's being done?
Okay, so I'm gonna go through the demo part. So as you saw that I created using action. Hello.
Yeah.
I created a Python app.yml file using action. You saw that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So it is getting stored in my repo.
Okay.
Now I'm doing the changes. I'm removing this, only leaving this, and added this code. This is similar to this is the code similar to when you push it to Heroku using CLI, right? This is similar.
Yeah. Vijay, I think mine is a very basic. What I am trying to ask is, like you have written all the code, right, in Py everything, right? Now at the end of it, you are trying to push your entire code onto your Git, and then you are trying to productionize it using this .yml onto a Heroku, right? What I am trying to just get is where exactly you are calling this. I'm to say
no, I'm
exactly.
not this. I'm not responsible for calling it. I am just pushing it. So Git this is a part of GitHub, and GitHub is checking it actually. So as soon as push.
Hello, can you hear me?
Vijay, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. So see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Uday, I can hear you. Yeah. So if you would like
So,
to.
Yeah. So to answer that question, so in Heroku, actually, I'm not able to share my screen. Otherwise, I would have shown. Maybe next is my presentation. I can show that there is an option in Heroku itself that you have to check an option, and with that option, it will deploy only when the CI/CD is through. So there is an option in the GUI in Heroku app, Heroku website. So once you log in Heroku, there is an option. If you tick that option, then what it does is that once the CI/CD is done from GitHub part, once the build is success, after that only your app is going to updated into, uploaded into Heroku. So that is what I think the question was,
No,
right?
I have done that actually.
So,
I have
no,
done that
so-
way actually. I have actually posted from here. I didn't use that feature you're talking about.
Bijoy, one by one, I think we can move. So first part is, so you have already shown us that how you are generating this YML file. That is fine.
Yes.
Now, second step that you have to show over here is how you are integrating your PyCharm, means local and a GitHub, because through GitHub, Heroku will be able to get a code. So how you have done this integration from local to a GitHub, and then from GitHub to Heroku. This is the pipeline that we have as of now, right?
Okay, then I will
Yeah,
try
from
to
local.
actually
Yeah, so
create
this
a
is the question
folder.
probably that how we are able to check in our code. So if you can create a new folder, yeah, that will be great.
Yeah, that was my basic doubt. Yeah.
So I'm cloning the entire repository to my local system. So the entire thing has been cloned. Now what I can do is to close it. There will be a problem actually. I have to do it over here. Let it launch. Okay, so I have cloned it into this directory. Hello.
Okay.
I have cloned the repository into this demo C repository, right?
Okay.
Now I'll open it. Yeah. So let's create an environment. Now I have connected it to my local, right? I can see it over here. Now I can go. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm
as you can see, I have already connected my entire repo with my local system. I'm done with that part. Now I'm creating a environment. I'm sorry, it's taking time. That's so even my is ready. I didn't have to create it. I just did. So now go to over here, and I'm removing this because I don't need it. And I'm changing this to 3.6. Changing it to 3.6 again. This thing is not available, so I'm removing it. That's it. So it will fail us because I don't have a requirement to text file. Removing it for that reason. And I have done a few changes right over here. So I can go to this page. Now I commit it. Now push.
okay. So you are doing it as a standalone activity, right? It's not integrated in the Python code per se, right? Just push
No,
another.
no. It's a standard activity, and now the everything is started. As you can see, it will do all the stuff. And this is how that thing is basically working. This is not part of my Python code actually. This is part of GitHub. Just created using GitHub Action. Clone entire repo. You will get into local system. Changes as you need it. As soon as you post it, GitHub will detect that file. If that file is present, we'll start the action. And all you have, all the jobs you have written in your YAML file, it will get executed one by one.
So you need to push it as an the push action that you are going to do is an isolated thing, and you have to do it manually, right?
Yes.
Or it happens by your integrate. I mean to say you are what do you call
once you will make
automating it
changes in your code, right? So then you just have to click on the push button, and then it will try to push, and then it will try to build your code. And finally, if you have written a test cases, it will try to execute, or it will try to test your entire code based on the test cases. And then finally, it is going to productionize it. So that is a complete process that we used to follow. and he's trying to push each and everything into our main branches in our ideal situation. So we don't push into our main branches. So we'll be having like child branches that we used to create. So let's suppose in my team there are 10 people who is working in the same project, and everyone is working in a different modules. So what will happen is, so they will all try to push those things into their respective branches based on the team activities. And second step will be, so there will be a merge, and then it will try to build, and then it will try to test, and then it will try to productionize. So that will be an ideal situation. As of now, he's the only one who is working in this project, so that's the reason. So he can push those things into our main branch. That's completely fine.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Vijay. Thank you.
Hello, Sudhanshu. I have 3 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask? Yes.
Yes,
Number 1 question is whether this Python app.yml has something to do with the Docker, which is integrated in the GitHub itself.
YML is just a file, ma'am. So yet in the markup language is just a file system. So where you can try to store maybe your credential, your process flow, or maybe your scheduler, or whatever you want. Right. And it's a file which is used widely across all the ops services. So whether it's a Docker, whether it's a Kubernetes, whether you are trying to deal with the GitHub. So nowadays, everywhere, this is a common standard that we used to follow. So it's just a file system, nothing related to like a Python or this project or that project. It's just a common procedure where we are trying to keep, because we need some file, right? We need some file system where we can define all the steps, because each and every time, so let's suppose if I'm trying to push my code, so each and every time, so manually you will have to run your command or some sort of a command to push, some sort of a command to maybe deploy or productionize, or maybe for a testing purpose. So each and everything you can mention inside the YML file. So it's just a configuration kind of a file, or you can say not a configuration file. So you can say that whatever like a task or like a schedules that you would like to do. So yeah, you can write it down inside YML file and then integrate it.
Okay. And second question is when that is for Vijay. Vijay, when you are using SQLite for MLflow, is it storing the log or it is storing the data? The MLDB, SQLite DB, that when you use that in the project.
Yeah, from my understanding, what I found is it's actually storing the parameters and all the, what do you call it?
Is it a metadata kind of file? Means
hello Vijay. We can connect your SQLite DB, and even we can query it, like what are the tables and what data it holds.
Yes.
So there is a plugin, you can install it. You can show this what are the information stored in your DB.
Okay, I'll look into that. I didn't know that. I'm still exploring the entire MLflow actually. So then
yeah, I think this is the DB file, right? We can
you can
restore this file.
In PyCharm itself, there is a plugin, you can install it, and after that we will be able to connect to it, and we can query it.
Yeah, SQLite, they can install.
Or else in DB viewer also you can restore in the tabular format.
Yeah, that's what I actually understood. If anything else, then I don't know yet.
Okay. And a last question, maybe I'm confused. Your CI/CD pipeline for like what you did in the GitHub, and everybody asked that question, that is separate from MLflow, or it is same? Because I didn't get like
separate from
separate, right?
MLflow.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so any more question from Vijay? Okay, so fine, Vijay. So thank you so much, and yeah, it was a fantastic job that you have done, and we really I enjoyed your presentation plus the way you have answered. So yeah, it is like a really very good. Yeah, thanks. So I believe you have received a feedback as well, plus you have received a task as a modification that you have to do, right? So
That's
you
I
have
received the Acer course.
Yeah. So fine, thank you so much. So next is Uday. So Uday, would you like to go? And after that, Lakshya is going to present.
Yeah.
So Bijoy, I believe you have already received AI Ops access, right?
No, sir, I haven't received it.
You haven't received? Okay, fine. Do one thing. Drop me a mail on query, right? With this final check-in that you have done, and then I'll make sure from my side that you will receive. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, all. So the task given from Sudhanshu sir was like, this is the database data set which we had, and we have to analyze the data set, and basically I can show you the hold on. Yeah, this is the data set which we have. So it has many columns like UID, product ID, air temperature, process temperature, torque, tool wear, machine learning, machine failure, like tool wear failure, heat, dissipation failure, and all. So what the task was, Sudhanshu sir told that you have to predict the air temperature part. Okay, so based on the different failures, like for example, if it is 0000, then what is the expected air temperature at which this combination will occur. For example, if you give 011000, then for this combination, what is the expected air temperature? So that was the task given. So this task I had done. And I have done the DBC part, and then I have deployed into the Heroku also. So to just start with how my app looks like, it is my app looks something like this. And yeah, so for example, Sudhanshu sir also told that you should be able to view the pandas profiling for this particular task. So I had created a button which will show the profiling report for the entire data set. And similarly, if you go back, so these are the input columns. I had mentioned here initially that you will not have the entire column names, because due to multi-collinearity and some other columns which is not required, I had already dropped it. So columns dropped from this CSV is like UDI, product ID, type, and process temperature. Basically, these are not required for our machine learning algorithm. And due to VIF, I have dropped this because for VIF, I have set the threshold value as 10. So maybe I think this value was more than 10. So that's why I have dropped this. So it's like I have done some checking also. Range check of basically I had gone through the data set, and then for each of the column, what is the allowed range that I have given as a text over here. So you have to enter the value here. So for example, I will enter 1500, and then the torque is 5, and this is maybe 50. Machine failure is between 0 to 1. I cannot give some fractional value. There is some issue with my app, so it is not taking the float value. So as of now, I will just give 1, 0, 1, 0, and 0, for example. So when I click this, I have used ElasticNet model. So if I predict, if I click this button, so yeah, so it says like 300.006 Kelvin is the air temperature. So for this particular combination, the corresponding air temperature, predicted air temperature was 300.006 Kelvin. So that was the my model. For example, if I give if I refresh this app, and then say for example, the range for rotational speed is between 1168 to 2886. Say for example, if I give 1000, and this is 5, this is okay, this is 50, this is 0, this is 0, for example, 0, 0, 0. And if I try to predict, it will give an error saying that the values entered are not in expected range. So yeah, so that is my app. This minimum and maximum value you can get it from the pandas itself. Different pandas operation you can get pandas describe method. So from there you can extract those values, and this particular thing I have taken care in the UI part. Yeah, so this is all about my app. So basically the code part is very much similar to what Rajesh has done. The only difference between Rajesh project and my project is the dataset difference and the pre-processing part. So if you see this code, this is my project folder. So I had done CI/CD also here, which I'm going to explain later. And yeah, so yeah, so the basic thing, like if you want to understand the project, so what you have to do is you have to go to the DVC YAML file. So here different stages are there, right? So if you read the stage, then you can understand the complete pipeline of the machine learning project. For example, first you have to load the data, then you have to pre-process the data, then you have to split the data, and then train and evaluate the data. And then the reporting part and all, and then you can save the model. Okay, so this is the machine learning pipeline which I have done it. So if you want to understand any of the machine learning project, and if it is implemented in DVC, then directly blindly you should start with the dvc.yaml part. That will be like first point to understand the flow of the project. So as you can see here, for loading the data, what I'm doing is I'm calling the load-data.py file, and I'm passing the params.yaml file. So basically, generally, when you execute any project, you will have configuration files. It can be in YAML format, or it can be in XML format, and whatever format. So here I have taken YAML format. So it's like based on your configuration parameter values, you have to your project will behave. So those configuration parameters are defined in the YAML file. For example, the project name, what is my random state, what is my target column. So here I have defined the target column. So for example, if I change the target column here, some other column I have to predict, so I can give the name here. And I have given ignore column name here from the beginning, because I know that these columns are not required. So initially itself, I will drop these columns, and then I will go ahead with some other pre-processing part. And then VIF threshold also I have given as 10 here. And then this is S3 source. I have not implemented the S3 bucket part, but I had just followed MLOps videos, community videos, where they have given this, but I have not done it. I have some basic idea about AWS, but I have not done it. So sorry, I could not explain this. Yeah, so then you have to load the data. For loading the data, you have to load the data from this folder, and to pre-process the data, pre-processed data will be stored here. And then after the data is pre-processed, you have to you have to split the data with 20% as test data, and the train and new test and train data will be stored in this data pre-processed path. And then what is the estimator? Here you can change the different model parameter, like what is L1 ratio, what is the alpha value, and all. You can, for example, you have to do the testing, you have to see the accuracy and all. Then you can give the parameters here, and you can check the values, and then the results will be stored here. Okay, so that is the report folder. And where my model will be stored, so my predicted model will be stored in this path. So this is the basic idea about the param YAML file. So going back to the DVC YAML file, as you can see here, so when you run this load data, what it will do is it will try to check the dependency. For example, you have mentioned here if these files are necessary to run the script. So if there is any discrepancy in this particular dependency, for example, you don't have what is that, this file, or there is some error in this particular file, these two files, then it will throw error. And then once this dependency condition is satisfied, then this load.py load data.py will generate the raw file, and that will be stored in this output file. So yeah, so before running this file, DVC will check this condition, and after running the execution of the file, it will check this condition. If these two conditions are true, then only it will go to the next pre-process test. Otherwise, it will throw an error here itself. Say I can show you the example. For example, if I data given, if I change the name as 1 here, for example, I change the name here 1, and I save this file, and if I maybe run the app, I think it should throw an error. No, I think
no, Uday, you have to write command for DVC.
Okay, fine. So I have to write the command for DVC
in terminal.
Okay, sorry, DVC repo. I'm sorry, I forgot actually. I'm sorry. So maybe, sorry, I have to do the DVC repro reproduce command basically, and then I think it will work. So sorry, DVC repro. That is, repro is nothing but reproduce. You have to reproduce the entire DVC stages. So once the DVC repro is through, then only you can run your app. So since I have done the changes in my DVC YAML, I think it should throw an error. So let us just wait for some time. So as you can see, it says that this particular stage is failed, and it says that the process cannot access the file because it is being used by another process. Okay, for some reason, but definitely this is the error. So if I do this save, I think it should work. Or maybe, okay, maybe I have opened this file here. So staging, as you can see here, all the stagings will be done here. So when you run DVC repro, so all the stages are did not change, skipping. That means previously whatever I had done, there is no change between that and this current run DVC repro. So everything is passed. So this is the main advantage of DVC repro. So you can cross verify your entire machine learning pipeline. So if I go to the what is the file? So load data.py. So if I see my load data.py, what I have done here is I am reading the parameters. So read read. Okay, so read param is getting imported from get data. So if I go to the get data, what I'm doing is config path. So this config path you will get from the DVC YAML. Okay, so when you run this command, you are passing the parameters config equal to params.yaml, and this param.yaml is present in the same folder. So it will read here. It will go and it will read the data. It will fetch the data. So it will come back to get data path. So it will read the file, load the file, and it will return the config file. And that config file is being captured here. Okay, so entire thing is stored in this variable config, and from here you can do whatever things here further processing. For example, I have first what I have done is I have taken the ignore column. So then I'm dropping that particular those columns. Okay, I'm dropping those columns. So here you can see dropping the columns, and then I'm creating the new data frame, and that I'm storing to the raw data path. So what is this raw data path? The raw data path, you can see this is the load data. This I have in the params.yaml, I have mentioned this path actually. So yeah. So same way, so once this is done, load data. So next stage is once the load data is done, next stage is pre-process the data. So let's see what is there in the pre-process data. So if you see the pre-processed data, so yeah, here in pre-processed data, basically what I have done is I have used VIF, variance inflation factor, to drop the unnecessary column, which is, which have high multi-collinearity. So what I've done for that, I have taken this as the input config base of VIF threshold. So you can see here, I had given the value equal to 10 here. So you can change the value as per unit. Basically, sorry, it is 10. No, generally we practice the value as 10. So yeah, so in the pre-processed data, I'm checking the, I'm passing VIF threshold value, and this is the, getting all the VIF data for each column, and whichever column is having more than 10 value, those columns will be dropped. And once it is dropped, what it will do is that it will convert CSV, and it will store in the pre-processed data path. Okay, what is this pre-processed data path? This is nothing but config of pre-processed data CSV that you can find here. Pre-processed data in this folder, it will store. Sorry. So yeah, so it will store here. Fine. So next stage is, again, if you go to the DVC YAML, once the pre-process is done, so here also this is the input and this is the output. Okay, so this output again is passed to here. So another thing I forgot to tell. So this, say for example, here your out data is this one, and in some other folder also, say for example, not folder, in the load data, your out is this one, data raw, and this CSV. And suppose in pre-process, what it is doing is, it is expecting the output from this previous stage. Okay, so this has to be mentioned here in the dependency, and then the output is this one. Okay, then again this output is taken here as an input. So this linkage should be there. If there is some mismatch in the link, then it will throw an error. For example, if I put the same data raw, suppose if I copy this and paste here, by mistake something has happened, copy paste error or something like that. For example, if I keep this value here, and if I perform the DVC repo here again, so it should throw an error saying that already this particular output is being used here. So in this way, you can understand that, okay, there is some mismatch here. See, already specified in the stages. So this is already specified in the stages. That means it is already specified in the previous stages. Sorry. Okay. So that is how you can verify. This is the best part of DVC approach, DVC task. So I hope you understood this point. So now if I run this again, DVC repro, it should pass. DVC repro is nothing but reproduce the DVC stages. So as you can see here, all the stages are passed. Okay. So now once this is done, now my next task is splitting the data. So for splitting the data, again, I am using this script, and the input is like pre-processed data, and the output is train data and test data. So let's see what is there in this code. Split data.py, source folder, split data.py. Yes, so in split data.py, what I am doing is, so I'm calling this function split and save. So so here I'm just taking the path, what is my test data path, what is my train data path, and what is the input file for this particular script, that is pre-processed data. So I'm taking from here, and then what is my ratio? The ratio I have given here as 0.2 in the params.yaml, and what is my random state? Okay, so once I have done, this is just like basic scikit-learn thing part. So you have to split the data and then you have to save it. What you have to do is saving is done in the test data path. So test data path is nothing but you split test data. What I have mentioned here in the param.yaml, I have mentioned, yeah. So in the data processed folder is there. Inside processed folder, I have saved this train and test. So here. So where is it? Yeah. So all these different files are there. So these are the folder structure where I'm storing all the files after each steps. Yeah. So after this is done, let's go to the DBC YAML again. So once the split data stage is done, and then you have to train and evaluate the model. So for training and evaluate again, whatever files I had created in my previous stage, that is the input for this. And then what are the parameter I am going to use for this particular script is that estimator.elastic net. Yeah, these are the parameters I'm going to use, and these are mentioned in the param section of the parameter.yaml file. Yeah, param section. So estimator is elastic net param. So these are the parameters. It will fetch the data from here, and then it will run the code. Yeah. So where is it? Yeah. So this is what. So it will take the alpha value from the same parameter file, params.yaml. What is my target column? And then, yeah, also one thing is here I'm replacing all the space with the underscore, because sometimes it will create some sort, we don't know when the problem will occur, because generally it is a human nature. So what I have done is that I have removed all the spaces with underscore. So that one part I have done here. So this is basic machine learning part. So you get the model here, and then you fit and then predict, and the predicted value again you will pass here to get the matrices RMS, RMAE, or R2 value. Those things I'm displaying on the console. And yeah, and then what I'm doing is these matrices I'm writing into the JSON file. So it's like score file and parameter file. Those are these values are given. These are nothing but a JSON file path. So those things I'm dumping here. So JSON.dump. So these values again it is given in the param.yaml file. Yeah. So yeah, this was basically the code explanation. So for example, what I will do is I have for this particular demo, and yeah. So before going to the this one, I will show my workflow CI/CD.yaml file. So this CI/CD.yaml file, what it does is I have given the name, and these are like a template. Okay, only thing is that you can get the template from the internet or GitHub itself, and if you are using different Python version, you have to give here. And if you want to do some changes in the Flake running, then you can do here. You can give the corresponding requirement.txt. This requirement.txt is there in my project folder. So when you do CI/CD pipeline in the GitHub, what it does is it will try to install all the dependency from requirement.txt, and then it will try to run the CI/CD part, CI/CD part. So in the process, it will also do Flake coding guideline checks. These are the checks. Suppose if this coding guideline, these numbers are not, I mean numbers in the sense these rules are not satisfied, then it will stop the CI/CD part, and then it will also run the PyTest -v. So basically I have not created any unit testing for individual stage. So basically, as Sudhanshu sir was explaining, so you have different stages in the machine learning pipeline. For each stage, you can create test cases. I had just created the template of test. For example, for testing, you have to install PyTest, and this is the folder structure. Okay, so so you need talks, I guess. I think you need talks for a testing purpose. Yeah, so these are some INA initialization file you have to write, and these things I have not explored much. Maybe you can get some information from the ML Ops community session. So yeah, and the basic scripting, I mean not scripting, test cases. I have written some test cases. Yeah. So what you have to do is you have to create a test folder, and you have to create as a package, and then you have to write some test cases, something like this. For example, you have to import the PyTest, and then not in range, you have to create the class here, some generic test. You can do some asset test also. For example, A equal to do, if suppose I think if I make A equal to 3 and B equal to 2 here, and if I do DVC repo, I don't know whether it will fail in my DVC repo, or let me check. I'm not sure if whether it will fail at DVC repro stage or it will fail in CI/CD. I guess it will fail in CI/CD because test cases part I have not mentioned in the DVC YAML file. So maybe when I do the if I want to push the code, or when I will be doing CI/CD part, that time the test case will fail, because in the CI/CD what I have done, if you see here in CI/CD, I'm writing the PyTest -v. I think it will try to test these test cases, but here since sorry. Okay, so since here I have given 3 and 2, asset will be false here and it will fail. I think that is what it is going to happen. So this is how you have to write the test cases. I've just given some template here. So if somebody wants to write the test cases for each stages, then they can write the test cases here, and then during the CI/CD it will fail. Or you can, as someone was saying, that you can give the code coverage kind of thing, not code coverage, testing coverage maybe. How many test cases are passed or something like that. So you can give some testing process. For example, you have written 10 test cases and you want like at least 8 tests. If 8 test cases are through, then you can go ahead with the CI/CD. Then those things, those settings you can do. I have not done. Maybe I can do it in the future. So after this, the next thing is that where is it? Yeah, so this is the testing part. Now this is the important things deployed to Heroku. So as you can see here, I have given this is I have given a Heroku API token. So this here you have to give your secret dot Heroku API token. This is the place where your DVC or GitHub is getting linked with the Heroku. Okay, so this is the place. Okay, so this token you can get it from your for example, this is my repo, which this is my repo. So if you see here, here if you go to the setting and someone was yeah, in the secret part, if you see this yeah, Heroku API token and Heroku app name. So these are the two things you have to create here. You can remove it and then, or you can update it, or you can create a new repository secret. So there you can give that whatever name you want. So these information should be present in this that particular name should be given here. This is how your DVC is linked with the Heroku actually. Okay. So that is the main linkage part. Okay, so this Heroku you can, and those token ID you can generate here. If you go to the Heroku login, then if you go to the account setting, in the account setting you have to create, you have to go to the application part, and in the application part you have to create I think create authorization. Yeah, I think you have to do this, and and then you can create the APIs, sorry, token IDs. Those token IDs you have to copy and paste in your this setting. Okay, So this is how it is linked. So whatever token IDs are generated here, you have to paste here. So in this way, Heroku is linked with the your repository. Then how your repository is going to link with your DBC? This name you have to mention here in the CI/CD YAML. So this is how there is a linkage between end-to-end linkage between your DBC to the GitHub and from GitHub to the Heroku. Okay, so this is the 3-step things. Yeah, I hope this part is clear. And then if this authentication, everything is done a success and all, and then it is going to push. Okay, but it is not going to push blindly. So this is the push command I have written, but it is not going to push it blindly, because what I have done is in my Heroku app, is it here? Sorry. If I go the back, yeah, if I go in the deploy section, if I go to the deploy section, if you see here, I have done this check here. Okay, so what it says is, it says wait for CI to pass before deploy. So if the CI/CD pipeline is not through, if your CI/CD pipeline is not through, that means if this CI/CD.yaml is not success, if it doesn't reach this part, it is not going to deploy it automatically. Okay, so this is one more level of checking here, what I have done here. Okay, so if you want to do it automatic push to your automatic deployment, then you have to do it here. Otherwise, you can uncheck this and disable automatic deploys, and then you can deploy here. You have to click this button and it will deploy manually. Okay, so this is what is the automatic part, what I think someone was asking. So I hope I have answered him. So this is what is done. And for the demo purpose, what I will do is that so this is the README. So for example, so what I will do is I will just change something in my README. Is there anything that I can change? Okay, for example, I will just write here for demo. I'll just change this part, and okay, so I will do the once I change it. So for example, you have done some change in your code. So first thing what you have to do is you have to run the DBC repro. So make sure that DBC reproduction part is through. Once it is through, then what you can do is that, yeah, it is through. Now what you can do is you can do the pushing operation. Okay, so once you push, it will start pushing. So now if you see here, so everything is up to date. Oh,
before that you have to commit the changes. Git commit.
I'm sorry.
Git add dot.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot. Git add. Git add. Sorry, I forgot that.
Dot. Git add dot. Just
if I do git dot. Okay, fine. So then I will do git push here. Oh, I have to do commit. Yeah. Sorry. So what I will do, git commit update readme dot. So one file is changed, and then I'll do push. Okay, so it has pushed, and after pushing, you go here and you can, in your GitHub repo, you can click the action part. See, you can see here it has just started here, updated README. So it started 15 seconds before. You can see the detailed thing, what is happening here. So it is on push. It is running the CI/CD.yaml, and it is build process is started. If you still want to learn more what is being done inside the build, so you can see here. So these are the things it is being done. So it's checking the install dependency. It is taking from the requirement.txt file, which I have given here in CI/CD. So these are the steps which are now running. Okay, so right now this particular part is getting done here, install dependency. So maybe it will take around 4-minute time, and then it will be get done. I guess it will be done. So once it is done, I can show in the hierarchy the latest timestamp when it was done, when that deploy was done.
In between, if anyone has any doubt, they can ask.
Yeah. If anyone has any doubt, maybe I will try to answer. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Uday. This is Rajesh. I have few questions regarding for the PyTest. So are you doing any, have you added any unit testing there? Because I am not able to see any client is accessing your any kind of service there over the PyTest.
No, I have not added any sort of test case. I have to explore this test case part. As I said earlier, I have not done any test cases. I just given some idea about somebody was asking about the test case. So just I have told that how you can, what is the folder structure. So you have to create, I think for test case, you have to install Tox. And for your test case, again, you have to give your dependency, whatever requirement.txt is there, the same dependency you have to give here. And you have to make sure that you have to write -r something like that. This is the format actually. So like
-r for reading purpose.
For reading purpose. So you have to install the Tox environment, Tox, pip install Tox, and then you have to pass here things like Flake, whatever coding the guideline as part of unit test you want to test, and then you have to run the PyTest -v, and that I think that PyTest -v is linked to here. I think here. I'm not sure about how. I have to still explore. So maybe maybe if you want to understand more about this, you can definitely go through the MLOps session given by Sunny sir. So whole credit goes to community session, Sunny sir, Sudhanshu sir, and Krish sir. So I have followed him, and then I have done it. So maybe let me check if it is done. So it is still my PC is a little bit slow, so it is still taking. So it will take around 4-minute time in my PC. So 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi Uday. So can I go ahead in case it is still running in the background?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So my first question is that inside your YML file, you have defined L1 ratio and alpha twice. So can you share why it has been done so?
So no, actually I had tried with different parameters. So first I had tried with the 0.88 and 0.89. Then I commented out. This is just for my understanding that, okay, last time I had done this and this one, this time I have done this. And these values, I think you can get here in the report section. So it's like a tracking, like what is the performance, what was the performance with my previous set of alpha and L1.
So it is still, so my question is that the alpha that you have commented out, that is okay. The alpha and L1 ratio, it is still as a key of params, right?
Yes.
Okay. Second question is that this proc file that you have mentioned, it is empty, right? Here in your folder, I've seen a proc file is there.
On a proc file, you have to mention because that is required for deployment. 1 second.
Yeah, it's just below params.yml.
Yes. So you have to mention here this Gunicon app.
Okay.
So if you don't mention this, then I think you cannot deploy.
Okay. See, so DVC ignore, like Rajesh had shown us that git ignore he had deployed in the child folders. So I see that DVC ignore and git ignore is in your root folder itself. So you didn't face any problems regarding this?
No, I didn't face any problem here. I think nothing is there actually here. So I think this code structure, I have taken the template from this community center.
Okay, the community session. Okay. Got it.
So whichever question I cannot answer, maybe if you go through.
Okay. I understand.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So continuing on, this folder that you have created for config, that will be the current what do you call sir, kya rehta hai na, current folder that YML has to be in the current folder, right? Current folder where
I mean,
the
project directory.
app
Yes,
is deployed.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to change that, then we have to give the path.
Proper path. This you have to give in the get param, right? Here, if you see here, okay. If you go to the stage, 1 second. Yeah. So in DVC, yeah. So this path, right? So
yes.
Here
so
here you can give the
complete
relative path. This you have to
Okay.
give the relative path, okay, from your project, from where you are running this script, right? So from there you have to give the relative path. Okay.
Okay. What
then
is the content? Yeah. Okay. What is the content of SRC EGG info? There is a folder. Can you just explain?
Yeah,
Uska kya hai?
actually, this is this will be generated. This will be generated automatically. This will be generated automatically. I think this will be generated when you do run the testing. So when you run the test cases, so as I have shown you, right? I have created some dummy test cases. So once you create the dummy
Yes.
test cases, so these files will be automatically generated. Actually, this is not required for to be checked in, but I had checked in. So
Yeah. So this
yeah.
folder I did not find in the explanation which Rajesh had given. So that's why I asked you.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt. See,
Yeah.
srt.egginfo folder will be created when you will install your requirement.txt file. And as we can see, there are multiple init.py file in every folder. Like test, there is one file __init__.py. So, and if you go and try to see your requirement.txt file, there will be one requirement like -e dot at top, maybe.
It is there.
Yeah. So what it will do now, it will check all the Python file and treat those files as a library, so that we can easily call those files. Means some method, suppose we have defined some class or method functions inside some py file, and we want reference of those methods in certain other files, so we can easily call that file. So sometimes when you will create in your system, it will work, but when you will send it to someone else's system, it will not work. But if you install -e dot in your requirement.txt file, it will collect all the, it will like register every method, every class as a library, so that you will be easily call any class or any method. So this
Can you repeat
-e dot,
again? So can you repeat what?
Can you scroll up little bit so I can explain?
Scroll up. It is already
No,
at top.
this project directory means __init.py file. See, scroll down. See, if you see any Python, means if inside any folder, if you are creating any Python file, okay, and you are declaring some class or method, so in that same folder you have to also create one empty file __init__.py file. And when you will install this -e dot as a requirement, so it will collect those function and class, so that you can easily call those function and class in other files. Just it is same like we call linear regression method. We import that linear regression class from sklearn, and then we can call it. So sometimes it does not work. So in order to avoid that mistake, so we do this like __init.py file we create in each and every folder wherever we have .py file, and we include in requirement.txt -e dot, so that it can collect all the class and method which has been written by us, and we can easily call those methods without any interruption.
Okay. Understood.
Okay.
And when you install -e dot, then only it will create this file egginfo. That folder will be created, and that name is given from, I think there will be a setup.py file, maybe
Yeah,
bottom.
it is there. Yeah, setup.py file is here. Yeah.
Yes.
So here
If you can open it, so there is a name SRC. If you can see line number 4. Yeah, SRC. And if you scroll, if you see the folder name, that is src.egginfo. If you change the name here, that folder name automatically will be changed. Like if you keep your name, So with that name, a folder will be created when you will install your requirement.txt file.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Understood.
Okay. In your code, I see that you have used the verbose command. So what I understand is it gives a detailed report. So where are you using this report actually? What extra information are you getting by using this verbose? In your py file, I
Ver-
found it was there.
Yes, yes. So verbose actually, as far as I know, verbose are required to give. It's like kind of a logging function. So all the internal stages, those things it will log.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are we doing it as a best practice, or do we require this for
No,
for the
maybe it
process?
is required. Yeah, it is maybe it is required for your development. If you want, you can remove it. For debugging purpose, maybe it is good.
Okay.
Yeah, what
This
are the different pipeline? Yeah.
Okay. Can you just explain why the folders cannot be checked twice in YML? That DBC YML you have shown that output folder cannot be checked twice if you're giving the same folder name.
Yeah.
So
That
can you
is
just explain why that cannot be done?
yes. Cannot be checked. That means the out folder, right? Out path you are saying.
Yeah, out folder.
Yeah. So that is simple, right? Like stages means what? There is a linkage between stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4. Okay, there are, just imagine that these are different stages. Okay, so the output of stage 1 should be linked as stage input of stage 2. Okay, so you cannot have the same output for stage 1 as well as stage 2.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
So that's it.
Okay. This what is the content in Heroku token in double braces? What is the actual content that you're getting? You're copying it from Heroku, what you call
I
authentication.
cannot.
That
Yeah. So actually, those this thing, no, you cannot. Maybe if I show also, if I try to show also, it will not show because it is not visible for me also now, right now. So whenever you create an application, Heroku application, and when you create a authorization here, right? So so it will ask you to create tokens. Okay. So those token, it's like UUID
so
kind of.
that will be a long hexadecimal
Yes,
thing,
yes,
right?
UUID
Of 32
format,
bit
maybe.
of I think 64 bit. I think it will be
64 bit. Yeah.
So,
So those
yeah.
things you have to copy. You have to copy and paste in your repo. Okay. If you don't paste in your repo here, then there is no linkage between your Heroku app and your GitHub repo. So to establish the linkage,
it has to be pasted in the repo or in your code where you have written that within double braces.
No, you have to paste in the settings. You have to go to the repo settings. You have to go to the secret. Okay. Inside the secret, see, you have to create Heroku app. You have to create one. It's kind of preprocessor. It's there is a macro you have to create. In that macro, so for example, if I create new repository here, so here you can give whatever name you want, ABCD name, whatever you can.
This is
and
what
then
I was
you have to
asking.
paste.
Okay.
So here you have to paste that
Got it.
value.
This is
Okay.
what.
Yeah.
Okay. And my final question is that it seems to me that that DVC is much more user friendly than MLflow. So do you have any idea on this, that or what is the industry standard? So Sudhanshu sir or somebody else can comment on it, whether which we should go with DVC or MLflow, or do they have pros and cons in different aspects of CI/CD pipeline?
Hello. Actually,
Yeah, hi.
DVC majorly used for the data version control purpose. Whereas I never saw for we can version control with the help of MLflow. MLflow allow us to visualize everything and decide what is the base parameter which provide us best accuracy, and we can register our model. And even MLflow allow us to log our model and artifacts over cloud. We can easily configure those things. With the help of DVC, we can easily we can maintain our data.
Okay, so I think Vijay was displaying or showcasing that how we can compare the statistics and analytics between two models, or
Yes.
so those advantages are we will not get in DVC, and that's why we should go for,
No,
if you want
even
those kind of
even DVC is also providing that. These are the open source means library which are being developed. It is not completely developed. Like they are working on it. Like they are improving its functionality. So they have also introduced DVC Studio. There you will be able to find out to visualize like a different metric in the same way as MLflow for DVC.
Okay, thanks. That will be all. Thanks.
Yeah. So as you can see here, my like CI/CD pipeline is through. If you click the build section, all the sections are through. Completed job, everything is tick. And then when you go to the app here, and if you go to the Heroku app, if you click this, yeah, you can see here the timing should be written here. When was it deployed? Somewhere timing should be mentioned here. Is it mentioned here? Activity.
You can check activity, I think.
Yeah. So here you can see 10:90. Just I mean, right now it is 10:33. So just now, some 10 minutes before the this one was deployed. So now you can, if you click this, you can go here and you can see the app is, sorry, that is not the link actually. So this is GitHub link. Sorry, where is my app link? So maybe I can go here. Oh yeah. So if I refresh this, so it is working. Maybe you can visibly, you cannot see what is the difference. If I would have done any changes in this HTML part, you would have seen. But yeah, this is what it is deployed actually. Yeah. So I think I am done with my presentation. Yeah. Yeah.
If anyone has any doubt, they can ask. Else we can proceed with next person.
Yeah, thanks Uday for giving this demo.
Yeah, welcome.
So no more questions for Uday. If anyone have, so they can ask.
If someone has raised it.
Yeah, Kaushal and yeah.
Hello. Actually, you are generating the two tokens. One is generated from the Heroku and another one from where you generate. Can you tell me?
No, both are from Heroku itself. Both are from Heroku. So I can show you.
Actually,
here.
you saw the one that's confusing.
Okay, sorry. So maybe if I go to the YAML file, sorry, not YAML file, workflow file, CI/CD. So here you can see there are two tokens, Heroku app name and the API token. So there are two names. These two are both are generated in the Heroku itself. Here itself you will be generate. You will be able to generate.
Can you show me?
Okay, fine. Don't give any name here, just create it. So for example, it is created here. So this you have to, okay. So this is API, yeah, you are right. So this particular ID, you have to paste in the settings path of your repo. And another one you have to generate there itself, if I'm not wrong. If anyone has any input they can give. So I think the another token you have to generate here itself, like you can give the name. For example, the API token, app name, right? App name you have to give here itself. For example, if you create here, you can give whatever token I had generated. No, so Heroku API demo, for example, I gave this, I paste it here, add secret key, and then already I have this app name. For example, I have to create another app name, I can create it in the same way. Okay, and this
you created the new app name, na? Heroku API underscore demo. It is.
This is API token. This is token, API token. App name is different and API token is different. This is like 32 digit number, I guess.
Okay, fine.
And this is whatever name you want to give. You can give ABCD, or for example, I will create name here itself.
Hello.
So app name you have to create here, I guess.
Hi, Kausal.
Hello.
Yeah, actually, Heroku app name will be the name. In Heroku, we create a app. When we will, that app name will goes to Heroku app name. If you go to the homepage of the Heroku homepage, click on Heroku.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Okay,
yes,
first time we creating the app, that app name should be there, right?
Yeah, that name goes there, so it will be able to deploy your code into that particular app. But to get the access, it requires a API key. So that's why.
Yeah, API created I from the Heroku and paste it in GitHub and. Okay.
The API key is just like a password, so that no one else can push any code to your app. So you will only generate a API key, and when you create you give the name for your app. So both you have to provide so that it can your code can be deployed to a particular location. So it's up to you what name you will give, but the API key will be generated for a specific time period as shown by Uday.
If you don't mention the
so one is an alias for app name. So one is an alias for app name, and one is an alias for the token ID. That
token ID exactly. Of the Heroku, right?
Yes, Heroku. Yeah, fine. So for example, I have created this demo, API demo and API name, app name here. So I have linked here, and then you can see updated now and updated 2 minutes before. And the same thing you have to give in your YAML file. Okay, CI/CD YAML. So here you have to API token, right? So here you have to API demo.
See, if you
same thing.
Go back again to YAML file. Yeah. So at line number 44, we are specifying where we have to deploy, like git remote add Heroku. Then we are passing a URL. URL will contain the token as well as your app name. Then it will form a URL. So at this particular URL, this whole code will be pushed. Means once this git push command will be executed, everything will be executed sequentially. At last, your code will be updated to this URL, and after that, means your code will start running at Heroku.
Okay. One more question to Avnish. Actually, you are saying that DVS is data version control. Okay, so data version means my Excel file or data is something like we are not.
Data version control, that means in Git what we track, we try to track every changes made in our code. But we cannot store every data in GitHub because when it comes to production system, you might have 5 GB of data, even more than that data. So we cannot store it, but we can store, mostly we store data at S3 bucket or some cloud storage. So DVC allow us to configure storage as a S3 bucket or any cloud storage. But DVC allow us. What DVC provide us, it give us a reference to access that data whenever it is required. So DVC just it's just like an index. Means in a book we have a whole data, like whole chapter, but at the first page in index we can refer like at which page number which chapter is mentioned. So with the help of index we can find it out. So in the same way, DVC provide us with some mechanism so that we can easily locate our data whenever it is required with different version.
Okay. So it is only focus on the data part, and ML flow is a focus on the
Model
making the version of
deployment.
the model deployment other task, right?
Yes. Even a few graphs you can generate in MLflow, and you can log your artifact. Even you can compare your all model across different training.
So where we store the data means if we are storing in the S3, so there we have to maintain all the version of the data. Suppose if
The DVC will maintain. See, once you have a data, okay, in your local system you have data,
okay, and
you
I
have
change it this, then where will be the reference of the old data?
see whenever you have data, you push those changes to a remote server. Suppose you have configured your S3 bucket as a remote server for your data storage, and you added suppose you have one file, and now you have to commit that changes. Once you train your model, then you will commit git commit with the help of git commit command. You will commit all the changes. So everything will be tracked with the help of git commit. And next time, whenever you will change another data, what you will do, you will again git commit. So it will try to track with the help of git commit. Every git commit will have different data reference.
Actually, if I replace the Excel file, then how it will track the old data? I think that data I have to store somewhere, right?
1 minute.
Old Excel file and new Excel file, something.
I'm sharing my screen. Okay.
I'll stop this.
My screen is visible.
Yes.
See, suppose we have some data, okay, and then we have updated this data to some cloud. Okay, so once we push this data to Google, some cloud storage, and after this we have to commit these changes. So we will commit these changes. Okay, now in Git, the information has been stored like where this data has been stored. Okay, but now after this you may remove this data. Okay, from here, like on 20th you have uploaded your data, and on 21st you have remove your data, and now you again commit. So every commit will have some ID. So whenever you need this data again, you have to roll back to this commit. Then only you will get the reference to your cloud data. Then you can pull again your data into your local system. Is it understandable?
Yeah, okay. I think that's I am saying that somewhere I have to put the data. Here we are putting the data on the cloud, every data, right? We are not
every time
updated.
there is a command like DVC push. Whenever you have changed your data, you have tested everything, you should execute DVC push. So all the data will be updated to remote storage, and after that you can easily modify anything. Whenever it is required, you can again write a command DVC pull or DVC checkout something. So it will again pull those data. If it is not present in your system, it will pull those data from cloud storage into your local system, and you can train your model.
Okay.
And
now
suppose
it's clear.
In this commit you have different data. In this commit you have different data. In another commit you have different data. So whichever data you need, you can easily roll back to that git commit, and then you can get access to those data, because every commit will store the reference where data is stored.
Okay. So whatever the data we are storing cloud also, right? That is the confusion that I am saying. Okay, we can remove delete from the local, but it is available on the cloud, and from cloud
it
I
will
can
be available. Yeah, if data is not present in your system, there will be command like DVC pull or DVC checkout. So it in git commit, but that reference has to be saved in git commit. Like anytime means whenever you will push any changes or any modification, it will suggest you to commit those changes with the help of git commit, so that later on you can use those data.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So
Sarad, you are there? Sarad? Sarad Misra. Yes, Sarad, you want to show your code, right? Let me add you in panelist. Okay. Yes, Sarad, go on.
Yes, hi everyone. Okay. Okay, so I have done logistic regression as well as CI/CD pipeline, both of them. So first of all, I will go through this logistic regression, as many of them have already gone through CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so in logistic regression, should I start with logistic regression or CI/CD pipeline? Any comments on it? Logistics, yes. Okay. Many people want to go for CI/CD. Okay, CI/CD, people have seen enough. So, okay, I will go with this logistic regression. It's very easy. It's very, uh, anyone can easily do it. There's some just basic changes that we have to do for the data set we got. Okay, so here I have done the imports, import every necessary things, and whichever is not required, I just commented out. And this is the log file that I have imported and created its object. Okay, and I've save it in my local server. This is the location, and I'm creating this global variables for this particular to get it easily access anywhere in the module. Okay, so logistic regression, I initially start with extraction of data. We have like 7 folders which we have to combine it one without any manually doing anything on it. So what I did, I just take the name that I have done hard coded, take the name from whatever folder which I need to add it, and then I initialize it. For every folder, I'm create. One second here. Here, first of all, I have created a data frame. Okay, so here what I'm doing, I'm calling that data frame here within to use it within that class, and this list of dictionaries basically the folders name which we have to combine it and create a single data frame. So every time I run it, it will go through one by one on all of them. First starting with vending one, and I check what is the location, and current location it's I set it as, one second, I will show it to you. Okay, I set the current location to this one manually. Then every time I'm going to one by one document, so I'm taking the name from here and just adding it to it. So once I enter in that file, I take the file name, whatever, as you see the document that we have, is like data set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all the data sets I'm going to one by one and reading it and putting it in my label folder. Sorry, no, I'm creating a label folder here. Label folder is the same one as this pending one, for example. In the first run, it will be pending one. Okay, and then I'm dropping the column time as it is not required. It is just 250 millisecond or something. It is there. Is the time duration. I believe they have load this data. So this data I have removed it. I'm capturing all these data and adding one label to it. The label which I have added is just creating a new name as label and putting I will be this value. So, and then what I'm doing, I'm concatenating with a DF file. So for the first run, DF will be empty in the, and it this whatever data frame I have created, it will add it to this one. So it will go one by one on all the folders, which you can see here. Okay, one by one go to all the folders and combine it into a single data set. And that's it. I'm saving it into another as out.csv in case if I need it to externally somewhere. Okay, and this is the logging part, exception handling if required. Okay, and then it's going to what we have observed that a few of the columns are empty. So currently what we know is immutation with the mean or zero value what we are using currently. So here also I have to do the same. I'm using the mean only. So I'm imputing all the columns which are empty with their mean value. For example, if you see here, it will check whether if there is any null value in it, it will calculate. If it is not zero, then it will go here and it will see that for the data frame I will be all the column names in it, and fill in what I'm using here is mean of that particular data frame. So dfi is dot mean. So in place it will automatically update the df, and then I'm extracting all the datas. Okay, then I call the extract x and y for our modeling evaluation and training and evaluation of that data frame. In extraction, I simply just take the y as our label, which I have created here. Yes, yeah. This will be common for all the columns, and yes. I believe I should show you Jupyter Notebook. That will be better. Okay. So this is the okay. This is different. So I have extracted all those x and y and put it in our global x and y. So that I can use it further in our EDA part outlier. If it is there, I can do that part here. So what I'm doing here, I'm updating our data frame to create a new one. As we have seen, there are multiple outliers in that data. So in my case, I'm getting good value around 0.7. We can say 0.7 quartile, means 30% of the values which are on a higher side, I'm reviewing it. So by doing that, I was able to increase the efficiency of that data. Okay, then I've used the scaling for scaling standard. Use it's very basic, and I've also tried to see whether BIF score is if it is more than 10, then I have to remove those data. But it's come out to be lesser than that. That's why I have not removed any of the columns, any of the features from it. Then simply I call the train and split. I'm saving all the data in this object dot train and test train by train and by test. Okay, and okay here, because we are using multi-class, so we are unable to do directly this metrics. So what I did, I created another data frame where what I did, I just use this Y test and convert it into a label. It's better if I show it to you. It's basically what it do. It will change your okay. See, if you have did like cold, warm, if this type of output you have, you can change it into this type of format. Here, what it represent, first column will represent the cold, second column will represent the warm, and third column will represent the hot. So wherever it's coming out to be true, it will create 1. So 1 0 0 0 0 1. That type of thing I'm creating here. That thing I have to create for further. I will explain why I have created this thing. This is basically normal over class. We can also create. We also got this thing. Yes, we already have this one, which will save the Y column, means label. Okay, label for test basically. Okay, so for fit and evaluate the model, I have used all the solvers for multi-class. That is LB, FGS, and SAG and Sega and Newton CG. So this is what I have hard coded in. So here, one by one, I'm using all the solvers and trying to predict what are the possible F1 score, accuracy, and ACU after micro average. Here I've taken micro average because I read for multi-class, it will create a it will give equal weightage to all of them. Here I'll show you how. ROC AU score, when we are calculating area under the curve, I'm using micro. Micro, what will do, if you do not apply this and if it is none, it will create the area under the curve for all the labels that we don't want. If we we want a single value for it. So that's why we average it. So okay. So basically, I'm calling a logistic regression multi-class problem. I'm using solver. Solver is like for first one is LBGFS. Then I'm trying to fit it, train the data, and then I'm trying to predict it. Predict I'm doing for normal prediction and probability prediction. Okay. So for AU score, you need a probability value with this the value label binaries. This basically what we have done is 1001. That type of format is needed for labeling this one, and it's respond this and this predict. Yes, yes. This probability predict will give you the probability of that particular, like suppose it's called cold, warm, hot we have now. It will give the probability for each of them, how much it is possible. Like if it is, let's suppose I'm getting a value 1 here, which is cold, and the probably what we'll get is around like if my model is correct, then it will be 0.8, then 0.1, 0.1, something like that. The probability I'll get. And again, micros is used and the solver value. Okay, I'm trying to calculate the accuracy of my model and F1 score here. So all the values I'm just printing out here. I have not deployed it. So if I run it, you can see here, it will for my model, it will show the how much score for all the models I'm getting. It might take a minute, I think. And what I have observed in logistic regression, all the solvers are giving approximately the same value, as you can see here also. Okay, LGPF followers metrics, EU score and accuracy and F1 score. All the three values are coming in about same one, like all the for all the solvers. Okay, I'm able to achieve only 0.725, which is not very good, but I can improve it. So far, I'm just remove the outliers only. We can further work on it, but so far it's it. So, any questions on logistic regression? I have CI/CD pipeline as well. Hello.
Yeah, guys, you have any questions? So you can ask.
Okay, someone had posted label column.
Hi, sir.
Hi, Nilesh.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have a question. I see many ways. I think I have missed the point that the necessity to use the global. I think the global is used to
Yeah, that is not
locally access
required.
the variable. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
just
is
want.
not. Yeah, that is not required, and totally agree with you. It's not required. I have very less time, so instead of
Okay.
just putting it within that class, I make it global. It's not
Okay.
required. You for sure you can change it. It's
Okay.
it's
Thank
very
you.
easy actually, but I
Yes. Yes.
because of lack of time, I couldn't do it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that's a nice way to do it fast. I mean, use it as a global variable so that you can use it anywhere.
Yeah, but it's I am not sure Sudhanshu sir will be happy with it.
Yeah.
But I have to complete
Not
the
a good
task as soon
practice,
as
but
possible.
it's yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hi Sharad.
Hi.
Yeah, and actually you were just showing that F1 score thing, and you were can you show that part F1 score you were calculating?
Okay, it's actually within this like I'll show it to you. There's a function for it. I'm using directly calling it and using this F1 score.
That's fine. That's fine. But you were something explaining like macro thing. What was it?
Okay. See. I actually am explaining this for this AUC. If you try to score area under the curve, if you're trying to find it out for any multi-class this problem. So what you will see, you will get the value. One second. If I can show it to you. Okay, it's not possible here. So basically averages, there are three types of average, which I understand so far is none, micro and macro. Okay. So none is basically, it will not average the value of AUC. Okay. AUC value, if you try to calculate, if I remove this one, I'm not sure whether some error will come or not. Okay. So basically it will give the AUC score for all the features. Like we have 7 features, right? Like I have not combined bending 1 and bending 2, considering them separate. So we have seven features. For all the 7 features, it will show the curve like this true positive rate and the false positive rate and this other, I'm forgetting the name. Basically AUC curve for all the values, like 7 values you will get. So I don't want 7 values. I want because it will be difficult to find it. See, in my perspective, it is that bending one, cycling, lying and sitting, standing, waking, all of them have a equal importance. Okay, I don't want to see them separately, so that that's why I have one second. So that's why I have created an average of it. So it will give the average. That's it. Simple. So average, if you put it none, it will give a separate 7 average. And if you put it micro, it will what it will give. It will give importance to particular weightage. It will give it to different. Like suppose just say. Okay, micro. I don't have a very good example, but let's suppose COVID की वैक्सीन का बनना के चल रहा है. Okay, it's okay if I talk in Hindi.
Definitely.
Okay. So basically उसमें तुमने 2 वैल्यू है, either कोविड वैक्सीन वर्क कर रही है और नहीं वर्क कर रही है, और तीसरा है मे बी वर्क करेगी. Okay, so in that case what I can do, maybe work करेगी या नहीं work करेगी, उनकी weightage कम कर सकता हूँ. For that what I can do is micro. That's a different parameter that will give weightage to different features. If you use micro, it will give weightage to all the 3. Means vaccine work करेगी, नहीं work करेगी या maybe work करेगी. All the 3 will give the equal importance and will create the value, average value for that one. That's it.
Okay, मतलब for all the 3 उनके लिए 1/3 1/3 1/3 weightage हो जाएगी.
Yes. Correct.
And actually can you share this part कि आपने कहाँ से इसको रेफर किया था ये acro वाला?
ये actually मैंने SK Learn से किया था. I think I don't know, बहुत जल्दी ढूंढा था, so I don't remember, but it should be there. 1 second.
Okay, you referred the documentation only, not some or something
documentation, like and if somebody have commented in Startflow or somewhere, I'll use that. 1 second, it should be here for multi-class also. Okay, this one is here. Okay, average, weighted average is also there. That see, calculating geometric consideration. Okay, yeah, you can see that here. It's available. So if you select none, it will give written the values for all of them.
Okay. Now I will explore. But yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, hi, sir.
Hi.
Yes. Yeah, sir. So like actually, I was expecting 2 things, but in your code. For which I was just got down and spent the time while doing it. So the first thing was that while importing the data, while loading the data, right? So I think the data in between are having like some of the data like it was not spread it on all the columns. Okay.
Okay, actually, okay, I got your question. You must be getting some error while loading that data. Means all of them have not the simple.
I cleared it out, but it took around like 1.5 days for me to, because the thing you have done, it was just around like 15 to 20 minutes. This thing.
Yeah, actually for that now, what you have to add is this line. It will just whatever error you are facing. See, the data we have is 42,000 around. Right.
Exactly.
So if you add this line now, wherever you are facing any type of error, it will not consider it. That's it. That's the actually. I
okay,
also
so basically, you have just removed that particular data from.
Yeah. 42,000 you have data in general life also.
Yeah. Because if you clear out that, so you will not be having any missing values in the data.
Yes, correct. No. You are getting it wrong. See, I'm sorry to say.
No issues.
No, you are not getting it wrong. Means you maybe I'm unable to understand that particular part. If you see 1 second. Okay. 1 or 2, I think there are 2 data out of 42,000 which have extra column here.
Yeah,
This
that
value,
one,
right?
that I know, that I already cleared out. But
Okay.
apart from that, there were some columns where like we have around 7 or 8 columns, right? So there was some data sets in which the data was not expanded through all of the 8 columns. Those were merged only in single time column. If you will see that bending 2, right? Bending 2 and 4th data set, you will be able to find that if you will review it.
Bending to 4th data set, yes.
I think yes.
Which one?
Yeah, if you will see here, right? I think this is spreaded only in time column only. It's not spreaded in whole. I think if you'll see in Excel sheet, it has an Excel sheet. So I think we'll be able to see this it as a no, not in a spreaded form. Actually, I think that is what
that is tab separated instead of comma. The data set 4 in bending 2. So you have to data set 2. Sorry, data set 4 inside the bending 2. Yeah, the line number 5, I guess, the column names, it is space separated or tab separated.
So I think
this one, see,
no,
now.
Not this whole 4, this separated part only. This one.
This one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
so I think
for this now, what I see for this value is common for all of them now. All of them means all the data what we have is common.
Right.
So
right.
what I did, I just removed these values and taking these values only.
No, that
So
I
that's
got it. But the thing is that what I'm just trying to tell is like if you will pick up that sorry, if you'll pick that, like for example, if your data set 4 data is coming into play, right, in your while converting your Python code and combining all of those files, so that will show a problem. I mean, it will
no, I
code will
haven't
be
skipped.
successful.
I believe my data set will be same as
It's
yours.
because no, it's because if you'll I'm sorry, just I'm arguing you on it.
No,
But I was just
that's okay.
expecting, yeah.
Actually, what
Yeah,
I
because
believe,
if you'll it is like no null values will not be there. That is what I'm because if you'll null values nahi hoga usme, I think that's what I'm expecting. If you clear that out, only whole of the data will be good apart from that 2 records that you were mentioning.
no, null value I have already taken care, na? Okay, you mean
No,
this one, this
exactly,
one,
see.
this part.
Right.
Okay.
So that is the we're getting the null values. So apart from that, we don't have any null values only in the data. We are having a good data that is 42239. We were getting the whole data. So I think that is the logic you need to implement to cover that one to spread that one column data to whole of the columns, and then you need to merge and do everything.
These values are empty over there. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. That is the point you were getting the null values.
Okay. I've not seen that data.
And that is what initially I also wasn't aware, but when I just completed it and I was trying some different things, then I just want to go, okay,
Okay. So for that I have used the mean only. But
I think that is the point I was expecting from you. Maybe I got some because it took around like 1.5 days for me to clear that up. Like it was, and this code was around like 15-20 minutes only. And I think the next question was like I can see you have done that RUC through some macro, but like I was trying that confusion matrix actually. So I think it was showing some
confusion matrix. Yeah, I can also develop, but the thing is. What I focus on is after getting that confusion matrix, we should focus on here if we see the data set, all getting positive, false positive, and getting false negative, both are equally important for me. So that's why I thought I should go for this F1 value instead of going through this metrics and accuracy also. So that's why I have not generated the metrics. That's the thought process behind it.
Okay. Finally, we need that accuracy. You made that. You are right.
Yeah, F1. See your metric. That thing you are saying, that metric should develop and everything. Metrics should develop, but it's depending upon our requirements. Need. Some places we need to go for getting more false positive thing, or means it depend upon situation, like what is our requirement, false positive or so. What I thought the basic thing is a combination of precision and recall is what I believe is precision and recall should be in a balanced way. For achieving that, F1 score is a good parameter. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. You just got directly to the F1 score instead of
Yes, and for saying what type of performance my model is giving.
No,
I'm
I
using
see.
AUC.
I don't have any problem with your
No,
first
there is no problem.
The
It's
only,
it's a
the
healthy
only thing is
discussion, yeah.
what
I'm also new
I,
to this.
I
yeah.
was just what I was just trying to tell. I was just basically trying with confusion metrics, and I was getting some issue. So I just
For
thought like
confusion
maybe
metrics, there is
yeah,
actually
I was
multi-class. There is
exactly
another.
maybe something is that because I was getting error, I was not able to
There's
clear it out.
normal. Okay, one second. There's no. If you use normal matrix confusion matrix for that we have used for linear regression, it will not work here. There's a separate multi-class confusion matrix. The input is there. I think I have imported it. No, I have not imported. I've gone through it. It is possible to do the confusion matrix for this also. We have to write some codes, and it will be easy. Give positive, like get precision and recall for separately for each of the feature. But as I believe it's not required for this particular solution, so I've not implemented.
Okay, yeah, no issues. I think my question.
If it is any improvement is required, then can do that. But
Yeah, no, I was
your
expecting
point
only
is
this.
correct on that one. I have not seen that data, so I missed it.
I just wanted maybe some logic is there which we can clear out because
No. I have
just
not
got
seen the data. For me, exporting data will just take 5 to 10 minutes.
Exactly. This thing was just 5 to 10 minutes only. I also took the 5 to 10 minutes only. But that thing took a line by because of merging the matched and non-matched data and the stating
So
this
if
bending
you are
one
getting this empty data, as I see in this one output, you can just remove the empty data. Na? It will solve your problem. See, empty means all of
actually
them are
it's
empty.
no, it's not empty. I think while merging you have got it empty, but the data was already present, so we can't skip it because in real scenario if we got into a company and they will ask to
How many
transform
data are there?
I haven't counted it.
Okay.
Not sure.
By that we can
Because we have the data, but while loading it, it's not coming correctly. So we can't skip it from our side because data is present. So, but it is in a bad form. Yeah.
What you're saying is correct. But I only got an error for 2 of them. No? That's why
that two.
But see, I'm asking for number of data because this will ensure that it's good. Good in the sense that either I have put some error in it or like I'm trying to find a way. It should not be like this. Now I will do something. I will do something about it. It should not be there. It's a huge data.
Yeah,
1000 I think around.
If you want, I can ping that particular column that I have used.
Okay, please ping me. Please. Okay. That will
Hello?
be great. Okay. Yes.
Hello. Actually, we have another class from 8, so we have to close this class. We can discuss in next. This kind of session will be happening. Future also.
Okay.
Have you done with your explanation? Like your main part, I think you have covered your model explanation. No?
Yeah, model explanation is covered. CI/CD I also want to do if someone have any questions on it.
Yeah, but within 9 minutes it's going to start. So I don't think so. In 9 minutes you can cover it. So yeah. So
Okay, in within 9 minutes. Okay, then can you help me with one thing? I'm actually getting. I have done everything as per the community session. Okay, so but still I'm getting an error in deployment of Heroku. I just tried the basic one. So if it is possible to guide me somewhere, what's the issue? While doing the deployment, and this value, I don't know. It's getting an error over here.
It is not an error, I think. It is a commit over different. You have committed twice, I think. You have made
No,
modification.
actually, initially I put it Heroku app. Then I changed
See,
it to Heroku app name.
You can check your secret app name.
That actually I've created for both of them. There are two of them over there. Initially, I created when I tried to deploy it. See here, if I try to deploy it, it will not do the work. One second, how can I show the actions? Okay, while doing the actions, it's showing error in deployment to Heroku. This thing is happening. Can you tell me?
No such app. Actually, you don't have that app, I think. Your app name is wrong. In Heroku, the name of apps has to match with the secret variable which you have created in GitHub repo.
I have made sure that it is correct. It is correct actually.
And
But
that API keyboard that has to be correct.
Sorry, API is also that's why I created a second name. Initially I created one name, it was not working. That's why I copied again and again copy the same thing.
I think this code is right. Just try to again update your secret variables with your current data. You can take the data from your Heroku and you can update that value.
Okay. Thank you.
Vikasji, can you just elaborate on this skip error? Because you had mentioned in one of the training sessions, in the doubt clearing sessions, that if there is issue in the UTF coding or if there are any out of index values, then we can use this skip error lines. So I think what Sharad has done is correct, but Ankit has a different view. So can you just just for the sake of us, let us know that which is the right way to go? That is error bad lines is false that he has used here. So whether we can go ahead with this or not, because in one of the doubt clearing sessions you had asked us to follow this as a best practice, so that the code does not get stuck anywhere.
Okay, so it's like you have a large number of data set to you are asking, right?
Yeah, we were on that certain session. We were trying to merge different FIFA players, CSV, and we were faltering at because one of the lines used to get stuck, and for that we could not merge all of them. So that is where you had told us for errors like this or for that kind of UTF coding or OSI coding, you mentioned that if वो भी अगर नहीं चलता है, then you use this particular error bad lines.
I didn't discuss this with error bad lines. Have you any idea about this, Avnish?
I never use like this or this parameter.
Okay, I have one thing. If you are using Jupyter Notebook and use this error method, you can easily see which lines are getting error. Okay, and if it is in a huge number, you should update your work on first of all data frame, then try to combine it instead of writing it. So in PyCharm, it's not visible, but when you are running there, it will easily visible. So you can work on it if it is required. Like if out of 1,102 are getting error, you can skip it, like not use it. If it is in huge amount, then you should not use this bad error line as false. Am I right with us?
Yes, you are right. So Arunava, you got your answer right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you Rajesh, Uday, and
Okay, thank you very
Bijoy and Sarad, you have given a demo. So, and thanks guys
Thank you.
for joining this session. We'll meet in next session with the next topic. Okay, bye guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.